And for the first time all season, Mets fans get to see this.
And the fly ball over toward the right field corner. Walker back near the wall. A home run for Mark Vientos, his first of the season.
That's SNY with the highlight. Vientos goes yard as part of a 4-run second inning for the Mets. Brett Beatty goes 2 for 3 with an RBI. Francisco Lindor goes 3 for 4. The Mets 6-1 at home this season. They're not scoring a lot of runs. These are lower scoring games, but they keep winning.
Yeah, it feels like they always win when it's these close games, for the exception of, I think there was one game they lost on a walk-off. But, yeah, the pitching continues to be great, despite the batting refusing to score a ton of runs. Griffin Canning, good in this one, 6 innings, 1 earned run. When you teased that sound, I thought we were going to get a glimpse of Grimace. Said something Mets fans haven't seen all season. I was like, Grimace? No, I guess it's Mark Vientos. I guess we'll settle for that. But yeah, a good win, a good quality win for the Mets here over a decent Cardinals team. And we were talking about this game because I almost did it for Beat the Books. Andre Palante had a really good start last time around, but the Mets bats greeted him with 4 earned runs here. So he's a good pitcher. Mets bats did a good job of like scratching across some runs, but eventually they'll probably need to score more than 4 runs to win a game.
Yeah, just imagine if you were throwing a birthday party for your kid loved McDonald's. I've got a surprise for you. Is it Grimace? No, it's Mets star Mark Vientos. Oh.
Mark Vientos.
It's Mark. You know Mark Vientos. He had his first home run last night. He's here.
They're interchangeable. Like they're gonna send Mark Vientos to pass out, shakes at Like, what's Grimace's signature meal? I don't even know. Is it the purple shake?
I don't think he has a signature meal. That big blob just shows up and gives out hugs. I think that's it. Yeah. Not like the Hamburglar.
They need like a tater tot that's shaped like Grimace or something. Like Grimace tots.
There was a Grimace shake, Dylan is saying in the chat, for a limited time. That's good to know. That sounds about right.
in the hall of my memory, I figured that was something at some time. Because Grimace was really big. What was it, last year? Grimace made a resurgence.
Dude, that sounds like something Grimace would make. Ice cream and milk, it's a shake. It's like, oh, good job, Grimace. You made a shake. Good job. Well done. Well done by the Phillies. Yeah, that's exactly how he talks. I don't think he talks, but, that's, I think, how he would sound. Good job by the Phillies last night. Down to the Giants, 6-4. Phillies minus 200 on the money line. Total set at 7.5. The over hits. Bryce Harper 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored on the evening. And the Phils get this from Alex Bohm.
This series, they have 9 runs combined in the first inning. Out to center, pretty well hit. Going back on it is Matos. Back toward the wall. Off his glove. Off the top of the wall. A run is in. Bohm's around second, going to third. And he'll get there standing.
NBC Sports Philadelphia with the highlight. And how about the performance from Christopher Sanchez? 3 runs allowed over 7 innings, but strikes out a career-high 12. Just so the Phillies have not lost a series at home since getting swept by the Yankees in July of last year, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, but it's funny the type of sports market that they're in. You still see fans complaining about the team. Like if Aaron Nola gives up like 4 runs, they're like, should we hit the panic button on Aaron Nola? Because we follow a lot of people from the sports radio station there because they come on our show from time to time. But they're 11-8. They're doing just fine. I am here to say you don't need to press the panic meter on April 18th. There is still a lot of season left, and there are still a lot of good names in that lineup. So it was a good win for them. But for some reason, Phillies fans never seem happy unless they're winning the World Series.
That's true. And all we hear is, go Birds, go Birds. Every single time, no matter who's playing. Finally, we do need to mention the Mariners edged the Reds in 10 innings, 11-7. This was a great game. Mariners plus 110. The over hits with a total set at 8.5. Mariners down 7-6 in the ninth, but then Randy Arozarena steps to the plate.
This is out to left field. Scolded by Arozarena. 2 swings, and this game is tied in the 9th inning. Cal Raleigh and Randy Arozarena go back to back, and we are right back where we started.
That's It's a Mariners Sports Network. The game goes to extras. Rosarina also hits a 2-run double as part of a 4-run 10th for Seattle, and they rally to win it. Much to our dismay, we were on the Reds in the first 5.
But if it's Randy and Big Dumper, aka Cal Raleigh, who's known for having a big backside, like at least it's entertaining.
That's true. Randy and if you're going to lose, you got to lose to Randy, the Big Dumper, and Grimace. Probably your top 3 acceptable losses. Coming up on the show, since we've got Adam Silver's niece with us, we're heading to the association with a couple of primetime playing games we're getting ready to review. That's next in the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. Great to have you with us on a Friday. It's Friday morning good time edition. And we'll get you going this morning, make some bets along the way. Coming up, the NBA play-in games wrap up tonight, so we'll preview both on the schedule and tell you which plays that we like. So we've been giving you a hard time about wearing, well, your NBA hoodie looks good. We were joking around about you being related to Adam Silver, which is obviously not true. But have you ever, I bet you have, and I feel like you've told me this, been in a situation where just for fun, you've been in a bar or you've been in any sort of social setting, someone asks you what you do or they make an assumption, and so you decide, you know what, I'll just kind of roll with something and I'll tell them that I do something that I don't do at all.
Yeah, I've done that a lot of times. I feel like, again, we've been on this show so long that you've probably already heard the story. So just,
I want to hear it.
Entertain me here. Okay, so when I lived in Alabama and we used to go out, here was my go-to lie story, is that I would say that I'm from Alaska and I grew up training sled dogs. And so my family is like this big name family that does the Iditarod sled race every single year. And I was like, the dogs all have their like personalities. It's like, training tiny humans. They're so like resilient and they're so, they're guys that want to work. Like they bring their lunch pail to work every day. These dogs want to win and they want to work. And meanwhile, this person's just like slowly backing away, like Homer Simpson back into the bushes. I'm like, well, I mean, that's life in Alaska. What'd you expect? They're like, wow, Alaska, huh? I'm like, yeah, you heard the story. I feel like it's all about the delivery, right? Like if you can sell something well enough, people will believe you. And I feel like a lot of it's about the details.
Oh, for sure. I think that's a good one too. Alaska, the famous messenger Iditarod family. Oh, if you want to train a dog for
you haven't heard of us?
I mean, obviously we're here. We're not in Alaska, but I can assure you, you say my name in Alaska. And the first thing you're going to get is, oh, the Iditarod family. Just roll with it.
Yeah, I don't pay for drinks there. Are you kidding me?
I can walk in any bar in Anchorage, all right, and drink for free, just so you know. Though I think the only time, I can never do this with a straight face because I feel bad or whatever. I've had some friends try to goad me into it, and I've never been able to do it, except for one time. There used to be this place called Caddy's back in the day. This is sort of old school broadcasting days. It was fun because everyone from the local TV stations and even us, when we were working in Bethesda, we all worked the same hours. So we would all gather at this bar, a very famous bar at the time. It wasn't Caddy's, no, it was Chadwick's. That's what it was. Yeah. So we go to Chadwick's. And so we go to Chadwick's, hang out, and everyone would be there, just all we were all pretty tight. But one day I walk in and my producer was there. One of my producers was there before me. And it's Andre. And Andre was always like just kind of up to no good in a fun way. And so as soon as I walk in, I'm wearing a suit, right? Because I just gotten off the air. And I walk in, he pulls me aside. He goes, Jinx, we're all police officers except for Terrence because he can't pass the fitness test. It's like Terrence was a big guy. I was like, okay. So I'm kind of standing there at the bar, just getting a drink before I join everyone. And immediately this girl walks up to me and she's like, hey. I was like, hey. She goes, so your buddies were telling me that you guys are police officers. I was like, that's right. And she goes, can I see your gun? And I turn around, I go, because I had a suit jacket on, right? You didn't know what I had underneath. I go, do you think I'm going to pull out a loaded gun in a bar? And she goes, oh, I'm so sorry. I go, no, it's okay, but I'm not going to pull out a gun in a bar. She's like, oh, yeah, sorry. Can I ask you a question, though? I go, sure, because I don't know how the laws have evolved when it comes to drinking and driving here in D.C. They've always been very stringent, rightfully so, but I haven't had a car in forever, so it's nothing I really worry about. She goes, can I ask you, like, if you pulled me over and I had, like, a drink or two, would you arrest me? I go, off the record? Probably not, but you got to be careful. Not every cop is like me. She's like, okay, cool. Thanks for letting me know. And then I joined the rest of the group, and the rest of the night we were officers and faked our way through it. And it was, I feel like I could never pull that off, but that one night I feel like I did.
You could have really put her on the wrong path. But like, nah, you can have like 10. It's fine.
I know.
And just don't worry about it. Just try to walk in a straight line.
He
But
said it was a big
how
deal.
many-
Yeah.
Right? How many lies do you think get told in a bar setting? Like, I feel like there are a lot of lies.
Oh,
Like, for
ton.
people trying to pick up girls, like, I know one
Yes.
time some guy tried to tell me that he played for the Braves. I'm like, it's the middle of the summer and the Braves are playing the Marlins in Miami. You don't play for the Braves. I follow baseball. He's like, oh, yeah, well, I could have if I didn't get hurt in high school. It's like, that's not how it works, brother. But I feel like there's a lot of lying that goes on in bars.
Oh, 1,000%. That tradition as old as time, like the Masters.
Mm.
Absolutely. It's going to happen tonight everywhere across the country. You're not wrong about that. Well, if you go to one of those bars, maybe they'll have the NBA on. And while you're lying to your potential date or someone you're hitting on, you can watch the Heat and the Hawks. The Heat are laying a 1.5. The Heat are minus 115. The Hawks are minus 105. Total set at 219.5. Now, this line has flipped. Yesterday, we were talking about this game, at least an early preview, and saying this is what we're going to see on Friday. And the Hawks were a 1.5 favorite. So now we see the old line flip, and I agree with it because I'm going to be on Miami tonight. What about you?
Yeah, are we actually going to bet this? Like, knock on wood, our NBA bets have actually been really good, and we haven't been playing them as official plays on the show. But it's similar to the handicap, I feel like, in the game against the Bulls. Like, doesn't it feel like teams with similar profiles where the Hawks, have a decent regular season? But when it comes to toughness and coaching, I think I would put the Heat ahead of the Hawks in this one. I think that's why we're seeing the line flip. So I think this hinges on what we see from Tyler Hero as well. He played hero ball last time around, 38 points. I think we see more of the same here. His points prop 25.5, juice the over at minus 125. I think that's a pretty good look. You could get 25 plus for minus 175 if you want to parlay it with something. But I do think if Tyler Hero continues to play the way that he's playing, that it's going to be a nice little win for the Heat. Is it going to be a 30-point win? Probably not. Maybe not. But I just feel like in that last game, the Hawks look like they got out-physicaled by the Magic. And I think that it's probably going to be the same deal here with the Heat and Bam Adebayo down low.
Yeah, I agree. And, this is I will say for me, it's a similar handicap that I had a couple nights ago against the Bulls, which is, look, the Bulls and Hawks, one thing they do similarly is they play at a pretty high pace, right? Like they go up and down the court, whereas the Heat try to suffocate you a little bit. They want to play lockdown perimeter defense. They're very good at that. They want to control the pace a little bit. And so I think the Heat can have success doing that. And also, I trust Coach Spo. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's been in his position for so long because he is just such an incredible head coach. And when he has a little bit of extra time to prepare, not a ton, but just a little bit of extra time, that goes a long way, especially in a game meaningful like this. And the Heat were really good against the number at the end of the season. They're 11-4 against the spread in their last 15 games overall. They're 13-6 straight up in their last 19 games in Atlanta, which is important because you can get the Heat here at minus 115 if you want them on the money line. And then there's always a possibility, I guess, your sabotage factor is Trae Young could go off, but at the same time, there's also a chance he could go like 5 of 22 from the field, So I feel like Tyler Hero, the way he's playing, and you mentioned that, is going to be a factor as well. I'm going to go Heat on the money line. Do you remember that time? This is a couple years ago. We were talking about Trae Young on the air, and we mentioned how hot and cold he was and how, in the first half he might go off, and then he could just go completely ice cold in the second half. He's so inconsistent, and he liked one of our tweets. And he's not following us, but he was clearly searching for his name and looking for motivation, and he found it. And what's funny is that's exactly what he did, like the night after he liked that tweet. It's like he had a great first half, and then he went ice. He did the exact thing that we talked about, which was amazing.
Right, and it's nothing personal. It's just he's kind of a hot and cold player. Like, it's not an indictment to his character. It's just, I understand, like, sometimes making shots can be hard. So I think you're right about that being the sabotage factor, because last time around, he scored 28, but he did not have a very efficient night. 1 of 5 from the 3-point, 8 of 21 from the field. So that's the thing. He takes most of the shots for the Hawks. Like, he took 21 shots. The second most shots of any other player shot was 11 times. So he's going to be the guy they're going to ride or die with his shooting. So if he has a hot night, maybe they keep pace. because it's similar to the Magic. Like, I thought that was a really good
Yeah.
parallel because the Magic, defensive-minded, usually lower scoring, except for they have Paolo Banchero, who's really good. And that's similar to the Heat. So I feel like it's going to be the Heat for me. If I'm, a betting person, which I am, maybe Trae Young gets hot, but it's not something I want to bet on. So let's just go with the Heat.
Okay, let's do that. Heat across the board, let's do that. And again, you can get it at a fairly, if you want to lay the 1.5 with the Heat, what is your strategy or what is your preference when you see a line like Heat -1.5, Heat -115 on the money line? Would you rather lay the points or just go straight up money line?
I think you just go money line. Like, why fool with the points? Just take them on the money line, especially when the juice isn't that different. -115 is a very palatable price. Let's just go money line.
All right, yeah, that's what I tend to do anyway. Okay, how about the Mavericks and the Grizz in the Western Conference? This game in Memphis, Tennessee. Grizzlies laying 6.5. The Grizzlies are -250. The Mavs 2-1 if you like them to win outright on the money line. Total set at 221.5. That is down a point. Yesterday, this was 222 and a hook, so money coming in on the under. I think I'm going to be looking at the Mavs and the points here. Do you agree or disagree?
This is a tougher one. I tend to lean towards the points just because it's 6.5. Because didn't the Grizzlies cover this number against the Warriors as underdogs? So I just feel like 6.5 is too much for the top tier of the play-in teams because, the Bulls and the Hawks, like, maybe I'll be proven wrong tonight by the Hawks, but it does feel like there's tiers when it comes to the play-in. Grizzlies, one of the top tier teams. Mavericks have high-end potential, like if they get another big night shooting-wise from Klay Thompson. But do remember this. The Mavericks shot 50% from the three-point line last game. Probably not going to happen again, just, law of averages. But I do think they stand a chance in this one. So I think I'd lean towards the points here. What about a total? 221.5. It's a touch higher than maybe I would like to play, but I would lean towards the over.
Me too. Yeah, I would too. I like the Mavs and the points, and I also like the over. So I would go against the money here, which, it depends on how you look at it. I don't necessarily like going against where the money is headed, but at the same time, if you feel strongly about another side, it gives you more value. And I'd go to the over here. First of all, if you look at how Memphis has played defense over the past month, they have gotten a lot worse. Like, they're in the bottom 10 of the NBA in points allowed. So that leans into my play. Okay, the Mavericks can score here. They can keep it within the number here. And then also makes me think the over might be the right side as well. You just put in the chat, 81% of the money is on the over at BetMGM. Whew. And yet the number has come down. Very interesting. Here's the thing. Here's my case for the Mavericks, though. Klay Thompson got that playoff monkey off his back against the Kings, which was important, I think, right? Because they need him to be able to add some contributions outside of AD in the middle doing his thing. So he went off for 16 points in the second quarter. That was huge. And we keep talking about how Luka Doncic is motivated to prove that the Mavericks should have never traded him, and I get all of that. But the same can apply for Anthony Davis, right? He's sort of treated as an afterthought. Like, oh my God, how could you trade away Luka Doncic just for Anthony Davis? And I totally understand that. At the same time, Anthony Davis can still play. And he was awesome the other night against the Kings. So I think he's going to be motivated as well. And the Grizzlies were 0-5 in their last 5 games. That includes that game against the Warriors. So they haven't won at all. Also, the Mavericks on the road this season, Chelsea, they were great against the spread. 27-14 against the number on the road this year. That's second only to the Thunder, who we know cover at a credible rate compared to the rest of the teams in the NBA. So, yeah, I'm going to be on the Mavs plus 6.5.
Well, here's the last X factor. Remember, Klay Thompson was on the Warriors when the Grizzlies had all that beef with the Warriors. If anybody wants to personally beat the Grizzlies, it's going to be Klay Thompson because he remembers all them young pups running their mouth against the Warriors.
Yeah, absolutely. Little things like that, I feel like, you certainly can't quantify them, but they play a factor. Motivation is a huge thing. And I'm telling you, like, Anthony Davis was so impressive to me. Like, just watching his highlight reel against the Kings, and I understand it's the Kings. But again, the Grizzlies don't play a lot of defense, and AD was all over the floor. It's just that when you're a guy who is so banged up like he is on a regular basis, like Kawhi Leonard applies as well. You watch these guys, you're like, oh yeah, when you're healthy, you're unbelievable to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, if they get some good guard play, like the Mavs are pretty tall, pretty big down low, so they shouldn't have any issues getting some second chance looks, offensive rebounds. But a lot of it does hinge on what you get from guys like Klay Thompson, who I think is going to be extra motivated. I think his points prop is 14.5. I think I'd look at that. I think I'd look at his 3-point prop. Oh, it's 2.5 for minus 160. Maybe just take the points.
Well, coming up next on the show. Oh, God. I might just sit out a segment. Aaron Rodgers back in the news because he appeared on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. And if you think we're only going to talk about the NFL, not so fast, my friend. We reflect on the career of Lee Corso next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Are we back? I guess we're back. Welcome back to the Daily Tip. They're gone. Now they're back. Oh, I thought, are they here? No, they're coming back later.
It's like when the GPS goes crazy. It's like, reroute, please turn around, make a U-turn. It's like, I'm trying GPS, and it just keeps talking. And you're like, please shut up.
Oh my God. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network, in case you were wondering. I'm so ready. I'm so ready for Alexa to get smarter. I think I mentioned this on the show probably a month ago, where Amazon mentioned that the Alexa, not the app, but whatever you have, the Alexa in your home, is going to be more integrated with AI, and I'm ready for it, because I can't tell you how many times I'll ask Alexa a basic question and I get back something that doesn't make any sense. It's like, Alexa, what's the forecast for Saturday? A radish takes 6 weeks to grow underground. I'm like, what are you talking about? Oh my God. See, listen to her right now. Okay, yeah, now she's finally answering. I know she was in the background. I'm glad you couldn't hear her. But yes, it's driving me crazy. Basic questions, and especially if you've been dealing with Chat GPT or inputting information into Gemini, whatever AI, system or protocol that you use. If you've used that and then you go to Alexa and ask her something, oh my God, you can hear the dumbing down in the responses.
Yeah, I have a hardline stance against talking to my phone. I don't want to do that. It's one of those things with technology that sometimes in theory it sounds like it'll save you time. It's like the self-checkout line at the grocery store. You say, oh, this is going to save me so much time. Then you realize you have produce and you have to look up the number of the item. Oh, you have alcohol? This 16-year-old has to find somebody at the store who can approve this item. So it ends up taking 3 times as long as if you went on a normal cash register. Same goes for Siri or whatever, where it's you ask her something and it's Siri. Well, that's wrong. Now I have to type in this question as well. So this was supposed to save me time. It's taking more time.
No, exactly. Sometimes a lot of that stuff can be counterproductive. Like me listening to Aaron Rodgers, totally counterproductive. I just get angry for no real reason. So, of course, he was on the Pat McAfee show, as he often is, and so he was talking about what he's going to do when it comes to his future. Everyone and their dog has been talking about that over the past few weeks. So he says retirement is still an option. He's still deciding what he wants to do, but if he plays football, he says it is not about the money.
I don't have any leaks. I have a very tight circle. I'm not out there putting shit out just to put shit out. That's just not how I operate. There's been a lot of people assuming they have information about me. That's just not true. I've been straight up with these teams from the start about where I was at, starting with the money thing. I told every single one of the teams I talked to, it ain't about the money. I play for 10 M's. I don't care. I never once said I need a multi-year deal, $30, $40 million. It's absolute bullshit. I said I play for 10.
It's awesome. You made a lot of money in your life when you refer to millions as M's. I'll play for 10 M's. I've never heard that in my life. You've made so much money when you don't even have the time in your day to say millions. 10 M's. I was talking to the lovely Catherine about Nico Iamaleava yesterday, and I said, he made $2.4 million, but, if I were rich, he made 2.4 M's last year. He's looking to make more. It didn't really work out for him. But I believe him. I believe it's not about the money. I think more than anything, it's just about keeping these teams waiting who ultimately need to have a decision made at some point.
Yeah, it's not about the money.
Right.
It's about the attention. Aaron Rodgers still needs the attention. He doesn't need the money. He just wants all eyes on him. I feel like there was a lot to unpack in his performance, shall we call it, on Pat McAfee yesterday. So he went down the line on all these topics. I watched just about all of it. So it's a nothing burger when it comes to any type of inclination if he's going to Pittsburgh. They joked about he drove a Chevy Malibu as a rental car when he was in Pittsburgh. He tried to be very stealth. And so they have these stalkerazzi pictures of him in a hoodie and sunglasses driving around. But again, they showed him and they talked about it on the show. So he waffles back and forth between saying, oh, I'm very private and I don't want anybody knowing this information, to, hey, let's go on a very viewed and very public national sports talk show on ESPN to talk about all of my problems. But Jakes, here's my hot take on Aaron Rodgers. It has nothing to do with him as a player or as a person, whatever. I find myself actually enjoying some of these appearances on Pat McAfee because not of his personality, but it's like when you watch a comedian go on a show that like doesn't pull any punches and you never know what they're going to do, because Pat McAfee made the mistake of mentioning like the COVID year in football. Oh boy, Aaron Rodgers didn't waste any time starting to talk about COVID. And you could see the look on Pat McAfee's face. He's like, oh no. So he's just one of those characters that is just like, you never know what he's going to do. Like he's going to say like inappropriate stuff if he wants. Not that that's inappropriate, but you get what I'm saying. Like Pat McAfee clearly didn't know how to handle the situation. And it was funny to me. It's like watching The Office. It's funny because it's awkward. So I feel like I'm one of the few people that actually likes watching Aaron Rodgers on Pat McAfee just for like the awkward interchanges between him and Pat McAfee.
Oh, I can't do it. Like, I'm not a huge McAfee person, and I'm probably in the minority there, and I just can't. Like, I'm not a hate watcher. If I don't like somebody and I don't want to hear from them, I'm not going to watch just to get riled up or to hear what they have to say. So when Aaron Rodgers drives me crazy, I'm like, you know what? I'll read about it. We'll talk about it on the show. I'll stay informed because that's my job, but I don't want to hear what this joker has to say, and I certainly don't care about his opinions on anything medically related or COVID related. He just drives me bonkers here. And it's just the hypocrisy of going on a show like Pat McAfee and talking about how, you know, you're not putting information out there, but you are putting information out there. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's done this for the better part of 2 years where he goes on and he talks about how he feels about this, how he feels about that. For example, yesterday on the show, he was talking about how things went down with the Jets. We didn't know the real story, but Aaron Rodgers was more than happy to put it out there.
I meet with the coach. We start talking. He runs out of the room. I'm like, that's kind of strange. I was like, then he comes back with the GM. And I'm like, all right. So we sit down in the office. And I think we're going to have this long conversation. I've flown across the country. And 20 seconds in, he goes, I mean, literally, I'm talking to the GM about something, and he leans to the edge of his seat and goes, so do you want to play football? And I was like, yeah, I'm interested. And he said, we're going a different direction at quarterback. And I said, and I was kind of shocked. Now, not shocked because I didn't think that was a possibility. Listen, of course, they want to move on, that's totally fine. But shocked because I just flew across country. You could have told me this on the phone. If we weren't even going to have a conversation, and this is verbatim exactly how it happened. So I said, huh? And he goes, we just want to know how you want it released, the messaging. And I said, verbatim, I don't give a shit about the message. And I said, why? And then he said, I don't want to be up in front of the room saying something and have guys looking back at you.
Interesting.
And I said, what does that even mean? Are you assuming that I would be in the back of the room during a team meeting undermining what you're saying? I said, you don't know me. And he said, you don't know me. And then I said, exactly, which is why I flew across the country to have a face-to-face meeting with you to talk about my experience with the Jets and to hear your vision for the team. 20 seconds in. What I thought was going to be a couple-hour meeting turned into like a 15-minute meeting, and I walked out of there.
You don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know me either. All right then, bro. All right then. Say something. No, you say something. So that's, according to Aaron Rodgers, that's how it went down. I believe him. That sounds about right. But again, it just goes to my point that the idea that he's not putting information out there is he's putting information out there.
Yeah, did you just listen to that clip? Like, I'm entertained by this. Like, I know people hate Aaron Rodgers, but like, I laughed.
Yeah.
I had a good laugh at that quote. So whether he wants to be or not, like, I find Aaron Rodgers like somewhat entertaining because he just has no self-awareness. Like, isn't that what it boils down to? Like, some of the funniest characters, I think, in some of the shows, they don't have self-awareness. Michael Scott on The Office has no self-awareness. And I feel like Aaron Rodgers brings the same thing to the table at Pat McAfee. Would you, if we took Aaron Rodgers out of the conversation here, and this was just a quarterback who flew to a team to, talk about his future, do you think it's bad that they made him fly there in person?
Yes. He does have a good point there. I saw someone on X say, "Oh, you've got a ton of money." It doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. Just because you have a ton of money doesn't mean, it's his time. It's the principle. So I think he's absolutely right about that. That is a waste of his time and money. Doesn't matter how much is in his bank account. Like, that absolutely is a conversation that could have been had over the phone. We need to have a conversation very quickly now and honor the great Lee Corso from ESPN College Football Game Day. He will work his final show on August 30th, 2025. He is 90. He has been with ESPN for 38 seasons, started with the network in 1987. So the likely destination for the first game day of the year will be in Columbus, probably for Texas and Ohio State. And he has a very special relationship, as we know, with Kirk Herbstreit, who says this, quote, "Coach Corso has had an iconic run in broadcasting. We're all lucky to have been around to witness it. He has taught me so much throughout our time together, has been like a second father to me. It has been my absolute honor to have the best seat in the house, to watch Coach put on that mascot head each week, an indelible part of anyone's college football viewing experience over the last few decades."
Yeah, Lee Corso is the shining example of what college football should be. He is knowledgeable. He is fun. He does not take himself too seriously. And it's been an absolute delight of everybody who watches College Game Day, seeing him put on those mascot heads. It's truly going to be a huge hole to fill for that broadcast team. Because, again, isn't he just synonymous with college football? Like, if you say, like, these are the names that I think of when I think of college football, Lee Corso, number one on the list.
Absolutely. And probably my favorite blooper of all time, when he was covering the Houston Cougars and he held up like a megaphone and then goes, F it, and throws it. Actually dropped the F-bomb and then puts on the mascot head. Incredible stuff. Coming up next, we've got more basketball than you can shake a stick at. Hour 2 is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
at MGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Good morning and happy Friday. Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, here's what's on the menu. We'll start with a heavy dose of the NBA. We'll talk about what we're betting on Saturday's NBA card as some of these first-round playoff series are set to tip off. At 7:20, we go on to baseball. We have some major pitching matchups today. Sandy Alcantara versus Zach Wheeler, and some other good ones. We'll get to the slate and everything we're betting on in baseball. At 7:40, it's back to the association. We'll bring you our specialty bets, the conference of the winning team, the state of the winning team, and the division of the winning team, and much, much more coming up over the next hour here on the Daily Tip. So, Jenks, we've been joking about my sweatshirt that simply says NBA, not a single
NBA.
team, but just the association in general. If you were to rock an overall league sweatshirt of any league or any sport, what sport would it be?
Well, it'd be college football, but I don't want to wear a sweatshirt that says, like, NCAA on it. You know, I mean, that would be, like, the lamest sweatshirt ever. I love the NCAA. Their lack of oversight, their arbitrary rules, how they don't really have any power, but every now and then they'll try to punish someone. There's nothing like the NCAA. So unpredictable.
They're so bad. They're so bad. Like, that's almost as bad as, like, Roger Goodell. Like, I feel like I wouldn't want to represent the Shield just for that reason, because of, like, what it stands for and, like, the leadership. Because you're right about the NCAA. Related, did you see where at the White House they had Ohio State there and they broke the college football trophy? Did you see this?
Yeah.
It broke in 2 pieces. Like,
Yeah,
I saw this and everybody was blaming it on JD Vance, but, like,
he did.
should the trophy
He dropped it.
be this flimsy? Like,
well, maybe he
Was
needs
it
to
made of
bulk up those
plastic?
forearms. Like, he, you know, the best part of that is JD Vance is lifting the trophy, he's like, "Whoa," and then, like, all of a sudden he tries to, like, pick it up like it's just fine. Like, he broke it. There's no question about it. It's on video. It's wild to watch. He absolutely destroyed it.
yeah, but, like, I feel like it should be more durable. For some reason, I thought it was made of, like, steel or something. I guess it's not.
No. Well, I believe you can lift the actual trophy. It sits in the base, I believe. And so if you're not careful, I mean, if you pick it up the wrong way, because, you know, you'll see them where it sits in a base so it can stand up, but then you'll see during a college football championship celebration, they'll lift the actual trophy into the air. So I think what happened is he tried to pick up both at the same time, and then it naturally separated, and then that's when it broke.
I didn't know
Not a
there was
good
a
look.
strategy to lifting trophies, but I guess
yeah.
there is. I'm trying to think, have other people broken trophies before? I feel like Rob Gronkowski has, like, broken a trophy before. Has he not? I bet Dylan
Yes, but
would know.
He did it
Was
on
it
purpose.
at a Red Sox game?
He was swinging the Lombardi trophy like it was a bat, and he hit a baseball with it and put a dent in it. So that was not an accident. I mean, maybe it was an accident because Gronk is like, you know, he bunted a ball that Julian Edelman threw. So, of course, like, he did this purposefully. Like, what did he think was going to happen? I'm going to bunt a baseball with the Lombardi trophy, and it will be fine. Of course it dented it. So, yeah, that was just Gronk being Gronk.
I feel like the one that lives rent-free in my mind is when Tom Brady was drunk at the Bucks celebration.
That's the one.
Boat parade, and he threw it over the water. Can you imagine if it sunk to the bottom of the ocean? Like, that would have been crazy. I still can't believe he did that.
That's probably the one time Maybe the first time in Tom Brady's life that he's ever had too much to drink, where he was like, I can do this. But you know what? It worked out.
He still
like
completed the
everything else.
pass.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It still worked. He still got it done.
If it was
Incredible.
Jameis Winston, it definitely would have gone to the hands of the ocean.
Oh, 1,000%. Jameis would have dropped back and in fact, it would have been picked off or knocked away by like a fish jumping in the air. Like he would have tried to pitch it to another boat, and all of a sudden like a swordfish or something like comes up out of the water and like knocks the trophy away into the water. And then he asks the Lord to deliver him from fishes getting in the way of him trying to toss around trophies.
Yeah, he just kills a dolphin in the process. Like, just nails a dolphin. It just spears right through the heart. Like, oh, man,
Yeah.
Jameis. But yeah, Tom Brady, great. Even when he's drunk. That's a great moniker to have. And that's probably what they're going to write on his bust at Canton, right? Great.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be one of the things
right,
listed
Jenks.
on his resume.
All right, maybe I'll live that one down. All right,
Okay.
let's get to some of the big series in the NBA this weekend. And we do have some news going into the weekend. Milwaukee's Damian Lillard has been cleared of his deep vein thrombosis and is no longer on blood thinning medication. So what does this mean for the series? It means, well, he's still out for game one. What's going to happen now is he's going to have like a short period of time to get back into his workouts and ramp up for his return. Jenks, how long do we think this will take? Because this still feels kind of vague to me. Like, does this mean he's back for the first series? Does it mean he's back if they make it to the second series? Because that's the thing about the Bucks. They are not favored in this series against the Pacers. It could be one series and done.
Oh, absolutely. I think he might play. What's amazing about this story is that he's been treated by doctors at the Mayo Clinic, and the doctors have said they have never seen someone recover so quickly from a diagnosis like this. Like, that's remarkable. Damian Lillard was playing 3-on-3 basketball just a few days ago, so he's already ramping up basketball activity. He's not going to play in game one, but they haven't ruled out the possibility that he could play in game two. So now maybe he won't. It obviously depends on a lot of factors, like how does he look now? How is he responding to treatment after playing 3-on-3? But he's already playing basketball. And when the doctors are saying we've never seen anything like this, you're talking about something that is career threatening because you're blocking the flow of blood to the heart. So the fact that he's already ramping up and already getting ready to possibly play is a minor miracle, but I think he could go.
Yeah, it's not just career threatening, it's life threatening, right? If
Yes.
it's blocking blood to your heart, it's not just a basketball issue, it is a life issue and something that can be very serious. The only thing I would say is that when there is when there are flights involved, that's when I would start to have my concerns, because isn't this something that is exacerbated when you go on airplanes, if I'm not mistaken? Like, I'm not a doctor.
Yes.
I don't work at the Mayo Clinic, but I know people who have like blood clotting issues. Sometimes they have to wear like the compression socks on planes. So maybe he can play in like the home games, but not the away games. I feel like there's a lot that goes into this.
Yes. And the good news is, I mean, he has some of the best doctors in the world
Yeah.
advising him and guiding him along. So they're not going to put him on a flight or make him do anything that would threaten his career or his life or anything like that. But the fact that it's being considered right now is, I mean, even Doc Rivers said, A, we're thrilled he's okay, but B, he's absolutely in a position where this could happen. So that's something you need to put in your handicap. But the bigger issue clearly is that he's doing much better and he's going to be okay. And so it's fantastic news.
Does this go into the handicap? The hope for the rest of his teammates that he possibly joins them? Because I was thinking about this. Even the hope that one of your best players could be returning back to the lineup, maybe it could be a little boost saying, hey, we do have a chance. If we can hold down the fort for 1 or 2 games and then we get Damian Lillard back, mentally, does this do anything for a team?
I mean, I certainly think so. I mean, I think it's sort of two-pronged, right? Like, not only do you get back incredible production, you're talking about someone who's been out since March 18th, who averaged almost 25 points and more than 7 assists a game this season. So not only do you get back an incredible amount of production and the second best player on your team, you also get back someone who is a part of your locker room and gives you that mental boost that, okay, now we're at full strength. Now we can make a run here. So it's huge.
Yeah, and for somebody who's been good in the postseason too. Like, we know in clutch moments, it's always Dame time, from the 3-point line. All right, so Jenks, let's get into game 1 of said series. Bucks at Pacers, tipping off on Saturday. Pacers favored in this one by 5.5 points, total of 225.5. I think that total kind of jumps off the board to me. Like, I look at these two teams and I think points, so I think I would start at the over. What are you seeing from a betting standpoint in game 1 of this series?
Yeah, I love the over in this game. I think you nailed it. So these are teams, first of all, that met 4 times during the regular season. The over hit 3 times. And look at how each of them finished the season. The Pacers were 8-3 to the over to finish the year. The Bucks were 9-2 to the over. I will also say that I like Giannis to go over his points prop. It's set at 31 and a hook at BetMGM. Now, during the season, I know that seems high. He averaged 30 points a game during those 4 meetings. But remember, Damian Lillard is now going to be out. We just talked about that. The Bucks are going to need Giannis to step up even more. And if you go back the last 2 seasons between these two teams, Giannis is averaging almost 37 points a game. So I think we're going to see a lot of points. I like the over. I like the over for the points prop for Giannis as well.
Yeah, and the Pacers have shown that they can't stop Giannis. So his points prop is 31.5. I would definitely hit that over. Or you could even take a look at the series price. We talked about this the other day on the show. If Giannis averages over, I think, 30.5 points for the entirety of the series, you win your bet if you hit the over. I think both of those are good looks, but especially in game 1 when we don't have a Damian Lillard. Over, Giannis points feels like the play for both of us. All right, so how about the Clippers and the Nuggets? We have both targeted this as one of the most interesting series in the first round. Nuggets favored in the first game by 2.5 points, total of 225.5. So, Jenks, I feel like we've kind of tipped our hand and we've kind of pointed towards the clip show in the series. But this is game 1. And I will say, going back to like my original look at the series, is that the Clippers have had real issues stopping Nikola Jokic. He's, I think, averaged a triple-double. Like, obviously, he's averaged a triple-double all season long, but he's had some massive games against the Clippers as well. Even though they have Ivica Zubac, who's been really good on the defensive side of things, contender for Defensive Player of the Year, like, no defense is stopping Nikola Jokic. But it's more than a one-man show, and I think the Nuggets kind of struggle when he's off the court. And the Clippers have Kawhi Leonard, somebody who's won an NBA final. So in game 1, are you taking a spread? Are you taking a total?
I mean, I've been talking about the Clippers. I got to stick with them now. So I'll grab the Clippers in the 2.5. So they got on a really incredible run to end the season. They've won 8 straight. We know that, playing their best basketball of the year. Kawhi Leonard is a guy who is playing his best basketball probably in a couple of years because he's finally healthy. Over the last 12 games, he's averaged 26 points per game. So he has really stepped up his level of play. James Harden is playing well. I know he can be inefficient, but so can Russell Westbrook. And I know Russ doesn't start, but he will get significant minutes still. He's still averaging a little more than 20 minutes a game, even with the coaching change. And yes, the Clippers are going to have trouble guarding Nikola Jokic. Everyone has problems guarding Nikola Jokic. So ultimately, the Nuggets need everyone else to step up. And I haven't seen that, at least in the last few games. And also, let's see how they perform with an interim head coach in David Alderman. So I've been on the Clippers. I'm not going to stop now. Let's see what happens tonight. I'll grab the Clips at the points.
Yeah, I think that it needs to be reminded to people that there were games in which Nikola Jokic scored 62 points and the Nuggets still lost the game. So, like, he can have a big game and they can still lose. Like, we've seen that multiple times so far this season. Yeah, I think for me, it's the depth factor for the Nuggets. So I think I would lean towards the Clippers here. We've already talked about like series bets. I would take the Clippers in the series spread where I think you can get them like plus a game and a half. Maybe it's a little juicy, but I still like that. I think the Clippers are going to keep it very close in this series. Not going to be shocked if the Clippers come away with the upset in this series. Speaking of upsets, maybe we have one brewing in New York. Pistons and Knicks tip-off game 1 where the Knicks are 6.5 point favorites. Total of 220.5. 6.5, that's a big number. Like last game, only 2.5. We were talking about Clippers Nuggets. 6.5. You taking it, Jenks?
I sure am. That's another team we've been talking about. So, look, all this can change, and I can't wait to see this matchup. I think this is going to be one of the most compelling matchups in the first round of the NBA playoffs. But This number just seems too hot. Just glancing at it, my first thought is, wow, 6.5 points seems like a lot here. So Detroit is one of the few teams that can match up physically against the Knicks. They won the season series against the Knicks outright, 3-1. And during those games, the Knicks could not stop Cade Cunningham. He averaged 30.8 points per game, shot more than 56% from the field. Also, Pistons on the road this season, Chelsea, 23-16-2 against the number, 4th best mark in the association. So let's go Pistons.
Yeah, and I'm going to tack on Cade Cunningham to go over 27.5 points. You just mentioned it. He averaged 30 against the Knicks this season. And plus, this is his team. More than any other team, it feels like he is the go-to guy for the Pistons. So if they have a shot, it's going to be through the hands of Cade Cunningham. All right, coming up next, time to handicap today's MLB slate. We'll give you our favorite baseball plays on the other end on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
All right, welcome back on a Friday morning. It is April the 18th here on the Daily Tip. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite baseball plays for the night's action in Major League Baseball. All right, Jenk, so I'm out of breath because during this break, I went to go get coffee, but then I noticed how some of my plants got tipped over by the wind. I am in full gardening mode. It's April 18th. Here in Tennessee, the last frost date, according to like the Farmer's Almanac, is April 15th, which means I can officially move my plants outside. I can start planting flowers. It's a great time of year for me. And I really love gardening. It's one of my favorite hobbies. And I think I enjoy it more simply because it's seasonal. Like I can't really do it during the winter. So like you kind of appreciate something more if you can't do it all year long. Let me ask you, I don't think I know what your hobbies are. Is it just investing and drinking and smoking?
Well, no. I'm very, yes, I love tech, right? So I'm very much into technology. So I'm always kind of messing with stuff technically, which I know is kind of nerdy, but I do think it's fascinating. I think investing and finance is very interesting. Although with the, God, I hate how I sound right now, but with the recent market volatility and the tariffs, I've sort of watched that. With everything, I've had to, reposition some of my portfolios. So that's a thing. And then, obviously sports is a thing. I do like to be social. So I know drinking is a part of that, but I love the social aspect more than anything else. Like I just love, when my friend Russ was here a couple of days ago, and I said, I just love being part of a neighborhood where you can just kind of pop in anywhere and know someone. So, we walked into a place around the corner. He goes, because he wanted to keep going. I thought we were just going to have lunch. He's like, well, I'm not doing anything. I was like, okay, well, we can keep hanging out. He's like, yeah, you want to have some drinks? I was like, sure. So, we walk into a place and the guy's like, hey, man, it's good to see you again. I'm like, yeah, it's good to see you. And then at one point, a girl walks over. She's like, I'm just going to send you guys some free food. I'm like, oh, awesome. We can walk into another place and I know the owners and I know the people there. And so I walk in, I sit down. I'm like, what's going on? How's work going? When's Catherine going to get here? And so it's, for someone who sort of craves social activity and social interaction, yes, drinking is a part of that, but it's more of I don't know. There's just something about connecting with people that I sort of crave. So that's a part of it. And then I just love hanging out with Catherine. So we're always just sort of hanging out and finding out what we can get into. So maybe those don't sound like the best hobbies. Maybe there's not as productive as they should be, but that's generally the scope of what I'm doing.
Well, finance, that's a really productive hobby. Like, I wish I was more into finance because obviously there is a tangible, return on your investment there, to use the finance terms. But it doesn't shock me that you like drinking because you like to talk to people and the social aspect of going out.
Yes.
Because you talk to people for a living. Do you not? It's not strange. It's not a stretch. This is what you've chosen to do with your life. And I was thinking about that as I was watching my daughter play soccer. Because, she kept talking to everybody on the team. I'm like, Blake, it's great that you're friends with everybody, but there is a time to focus and look at the ball. And I said, Chelsea, you know what you do for a living? You talk for a living. Is it a stretch that your daughter's going to be talking to everybody on the team? So maybe it's not her fault. It's her genetics.
Oh, see, that's true. I mean, that's a good thing, right? That's a very good trait to have, because whenever you can connect with someone, whenever you can meet someone and share some sort of experience, I mean, that will help you later on in life, honestly, because if people like you and they respond to you, they want to be around you, then, that can lead to great social interactions. It can lead to great relationships. It can lead to job opportunities. And it's just a good feeling in general to know that people sort of respond or kind of want to be around you. So that's great for Blake.
I do think that having a social intelligence really helps you in any walk of life. If you can connect with people, I feel like that permeates to most jobs, even though I'm not sure how much it will matter in the days of everything being online. Do you ever wonder about that? I think that's one thing that we have over the younger generations is that I feel like we've learned to have to look people in the face and make phone calls. These are things that scare the living daylights out of Gen Z, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, absolutely. And social interaction is interesting too. I think a real learned skill, it has to be a learned skill now, is actually learning to
Yeah.
sort of listen and interact,
Mhm.
because people are so focused and on their phones and not used to. A lot of people interact more on social media than they do face to face. So when you have a
Yeah.
social interact, some people don't really know how to have that give and take. So being able to sort of generate that organically, or to be a good listener and to engage with someone, is becoming more and more of a critical skill, because a lot of people have grown up with, a phone in their face as opposed to someone they can talk to and relate to and empathize with. So that's becoming something that I think is more important over time, but also less developed.
Yeah, oh, for sure. It's like one of those things that you would think everybody has, but they don't. Like common
Right.
sense. Feels like a rare trait these days. All right, I suppose we'll pivot towards baseball because we do have a big card. It's a Friday night.
Mhm.
We have some good games in action, and we have some good pitching matchups. All right, so I'm going to give you your choice of these first two games.
All
I
right.
think there's a good angle on both of them because we have two good pitchers going in both of these games. Diamondbacks Cubs. We have Corbin Burns going for the Snakes. Diamondbacks only -135, but this game is on the road at Chicago. Colin Wright pitching. Or you can choose from this one. Cole Reagans, the ace of the Royals staff, is pitching for the Royals today on the road at the Tigers, facing Jackson Jobe. Same price on the Royals at -135. So, Jenks, are we rolling with these starting pitchers and their respective teams?
Yes, we are. I was on this yesterday. This was a winner. God, I wish I could get this at 8, but it's sitting at 7. I like the under in a big way. So I was looking at the weather. Weather was a big factor yesterday in Motown because the wind was blowing in and it was chilly. It's not going to be as chilly today, but it will be windy. It will be rainy. That's going to help. You've got two great pitchers. Cole Reagans, fantastic this year, ERA of 2.28. And then we have the youngster, Jackson Jobe, coming off his first career major league win. At some point, I guess he will get roughed up, but he's been undefeated in 3 starts this year, ERA of 3, and the Royals don't hit the ball much anyway. One of the best under teams in the sport. 3rd in the majors to the under. So maybe you play it at 7.5, but I'm going to go. It's hard to play an under 7, but I think that's where I'd go.
Yeah, I think so as well, because I really like Cole Reagans. He has a tremendous upside, somebody who has good strikeout numbers last year, 223 strikeouts and only 186 innings of work. He's a light-hitting Tigers team who I have trusted on multiple occasions this year, but they have let me down in the run-scoring department. Same could be said for the Royals. Like, I think you see Cole Reagans, you're like, hey, why don't I just back the Royals here? The Royals have not provided much run support either. So I think if you look at this one, it's going to be the under. Plus, you look at the strikeouts for Cole Reagans this year, bananas numbers. 10 strikeouts in all 3 of his starts this season. 10 against the Brewers, 11 against the Twins, and 10 against the Guardians. So I think he's going to strand a lot of runners. Like, that can do wonders for you as a starting pitcher. Even if guys get on base, you can get that third out, somebody looking on a corner strike. So I really like the under there. I don't think we talked too much about the Diamondbacks. I think I would lean towards the D-backs here. I know the Cubs have some good offensive splits, but remember, they played the A's earlier this season, and they got to play, the friendly confines of an over stadium in Sacramento. But I do need to check the weather on that one, because anytime you play a game in Chicago, need to check the weather. All right, so let's go to the Mariners and the Blue Jays. Mariners -120, Blue Jays even money here. Total of 7.5 runs. Brian Wu facing the young pup Bowden Francis, who's been pretty solid so far this season for the Blue Jays. Despite a 1-2 record, 3.71 ERA. Jenks, who do we like?
Well, I would love to give you a pick here, but instead, we got to go to the sports basement.
It's the Sports Basement.
Hey, Mom! The meatloaf! We want it now!
Good morning. All right. Hey, welcome to the sports basement. It's great to be here on a Friday. Great to be back. And you know what they say about Fridays? In here, it's always Friday. All right. That's actually the TGA Fridays motto. Don't at me. I'm not looking for a lawsuit or anything. Even though my dad took a couple of law classes at Emory, and I was like, Dad, you never told me that.
crazy. How'd you become a welder? All right, so I'm looking at the Mariners game right now, and Brian Wu is pitching. I was thinking, maybe this sounds crazy. I wonder after every win, he looks in the mirror like Ric Flair and goes, woo! I mean, that's what I would do, but I could barely throw a softball. Just ask my friend Tommy. Last year, we were in a league, and I did not last very long. Gave up 10 runs in an inning in the third, so that's why I stick to my Xbox. Anyway, let's just go Mariners on the money line.
Oh, Jenks. The sports basement. It never misses. The amount of dad jokes or corny jokes, I think there was at least 3 or 4 that you fit into the span of 2 minutes. You know who belongs in the sports basement?
Oh my God. Look at that relic from the
from
past. Do you miss the 8-ball?
Not really. It's it's okay. It was a staple of
it
our
had a
show
run.
for 2 years. It had a good run. But doesn't it feel like it'd be in the sports basement? I feel like the sports basement would need a lava lamp, right?
Yes,
or
absolutely.
Posters. It just reminds me of the 90s.
For sure. Lava lamp, posters, bags of Doritos kind of hanging around, probably some energy drinks as
chair.
Well. Yes, definitely a beanbag chair. No question about it. Spotty cable, something like that.
I didn't even hear who the sports basement took. Do we have a name for this character? And who did he actually take? I was just laughing at
Mariners.
The jokes.
Mariners on the money line. Going Brian Wu. Oh, yeah.
Brian Wu.
Back in Brian Wu.
There you have it.
Watch it come up.
The educated takes you've come to expect from us here at the Daily Tip. All right, let me throw this one at you. Marlins and Phillies. We were just talking about good pitching matchups. Here's another one. Sandy Alcantara is somebody who's won a Cy Young. 2-0 this year with a 4.70 ERA. Zach Wheeler goes for the Phils. Phillies are minus 210 here. Total of 7.5 runs. So, Jenks, what's the strategy?
I think we go under here is kind of my lean. Or maybe you take Phillies on the run line because the Marlins can't hit. But I think ultimately, that's probably the play. I think Sandy Alcantara is a guy who can always – both of these guys are off to average starts, right? Each sitting there with an ERA a little over 4. But these guys can absolutely at any time shut another lineup down. And the Marlins can hit. They hit for average, but that's about it. They don't have very good power numbers. So they've been a very good over team this year, but that's playing at home. On the road, not great. Philly's one of the best under teams in baseball, so I'd back the under or just take the Phillies on the run line just because I don't know if the Marlins can keep up.
Yeah, I think once it goes to the bullpens, it's probably going to be the Phillies. Phillies haven't been super trustworthy. The records of both these teams, the Marlins are 8-10. The Phillies are 11-8. So it's one of those things where I kind of have to check myself. I feel like I kind of have a bias towards the Phillies where I say, hey, this team should be raking. They're a good lineup. But in reality, they're kind of middle of the road, a little above it. But I would give the edge to the Phillies here. It's just, I don't think it's going to make the card. Maybe you do say, hey, I really don't trust the Marlins bats and we need the Phillies to be relatively quiet. I think that's the only thing I would play in this game. Full game under 8. You'd play an alternate total, go under 8, and just hope and pray that the Marlins have one of their pedestrian nights at the plate, especially when Zach Wheeler is pitching. He's pitched against them a ton. A lifetime ERA under 3 against the Marlins and has had some really good starts against Miami. So that's the way that I would go in that one. The other good pitching matchup that I wanted to mention quickly, Yamamoto pitching for the Dodgers against Jacob deGrom and the Rangers. The Dodgers minus 145, Rangers plus 120, total of 8. Jenks, even if you don't have a play in this one, I think this will be an interesting game. Dodgers at a solid price. Jacob deGrom has been a little middling this year. Do you take the Dodgers?
I think you do. I think this is purely price dependent, right? You just say, I can get the Dodgers at minus 145. And I feel like Yoshinobu Yamamoto has been awesome this year. He's been a better pitcher than Jacob deGrom. So I feel like you're actually getting a little value because of Jacob deGrom's past. And look, he's still a very good pitcher, but we know he can't stay healthy. And also think about late in the game when the Dodgers still get a chance to get to the plate. I just think the Dodgers at minus 145 is a very good price. I'd take LA.
Yeah, if both these pitchers are pretty much a push, if you say both these pitchers are really good, both of those cancel each other out. Who has the better lineup? Give me the Dodgers for me.
Yeah,
so I feel like
absolutely.
it's a rare occasion that you get the Dodgers on the money line at under minus 150. So I think I would lean towards the Dodgers here at minus 145. I feel like it's a pretty solid price. All right, buzzer beater time, Jenks. I know it's baseball, so late innings, maybe I should say. One more you want to fit in 10 seconds?
Oh, in 10 seconds, let's go. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. The Giants' bats are too good.
3 seconds.
Ooh, you know what? All right. Padres plus 115. You get the Padres at plus money taking on the Astros. Give me the Pods.
It's like on
Done.
Family Feud when he's like 15 seconds. They spend all 15 seconds, like, just run on sentences. You're like, you have to give an answer. But you got it at the buzzer. All right, coming up next. Speaking of buzzer beaters, maybe we'll get some in the NBA playoffs. We'll give you our specialty bets after the break.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Happy Friday. Hope your work week has been great and hope your weekend is even better. Thanks for choosing to spend your morning with us here at the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. In a few minutes, we'll get to our playoff bets for Wolves and Lakers. We know the Lakers are one of the hot stories going into the postseason, obviously with Luka Doncic, obviously with LeBron James. But Jenks, LeBron is now the only NBA player to have his own Barbie. I present to you La Barbie. So Mattel has partnered with LeBron James, and they made him a Barbie, like I said, that represents him, and it has kind of a similar outfit to what you would expect to see him wear pregame. He has on these like plaid patterned pants. He's got on like the cool Nikes. He has the crossbody bag. And I'll say this, if you look at the picture, I feel like they got the face pretty close to correct.
They nailed
it's
it.
Obviously barbified a little bit to where it looks like he might be wearing makeup, but like it's a Barbie. It's gonna have a cute face. I feel like they did a really good job on this.
Oh, I just love it. It's gorgeous. I mean, they nailed it. And I love the fit. I love how he looks. I love the crossbody bag. You know what's crazy to me is, I mean, they nailed this. This looks incredible. But also what is amazing to me is how this is sold out everywhere. And now one autographed LeBron Barbie is on eBay selling for up to like $3,000. And when this went on sale in LA at a local store, fans lined up for 2 days. Like, this is awesome, and I think it's cool. It's an amazing collector's item. But you're not getting me waiting 2 days. I mean, what am I going to do? Do the show from outside a shop in LA? Like, what are you doing where you have 2 full days to stand in line and wait to get a La Barbie? It's crazy.
Well, people do this for all kinds of things. Like, I'm in the camp of, like, I'm not going to wait outside a store for anything. Like, I'm just not that fanatical about anything. I'm not that fanatical about shoes, collector's items, baseball cards. Like, it's just not part of my personality. But he's the only athlete to have a Barbie. And I think this is something that Barbie's trying to do where they're called Ken-ambassadors. So, like, I don't know if it goes in line with the movie of, like, I'm just Ken. You know, you heard that whole thing. I didn't watch the whole Barbie movie. Like, I watched the first 2 hours, and that was enough for me.
What?
But
wait,
I told
so
you this.
I
it
know,
was
but
too long.
Wait, but how did you not finish? You 2 hours in? Didn't you get to the point where you're like, I've come this far, I got to watch the ending?
No, I was tired. It was 9 o'clock at night, and I was like, listen,
Chelsea.
I think I'd rather have 20 minutes more sleep because it was the summer of Barbie and Oppenheimer, and I had already sat through 3 hours of Oppenheimer, which was like a bunch of science things that I did not care to know about. Like, this is how the nucleus is formed. I don't care. Like, I just want to see Cillian Murphy. So yeah, it was a lot of waiting around that summer for movies to finish. Like, let's make movies a tight 2 hours. Unless it's like Titanic, I don't need to see 2.5 hours of Barbie the musical, because that was the other thing. It was a musical. I didn't see that coming.
Well, I didn't see that. I still have not seen it, by the way. I still need to watch Barbie. And
You have no reason to talk.
I have room to talk. I have room to talk because I didn't cut it off too. If I spend 2 hours and I've got like 30 minutes to go, I'm like, look, I've come this far. I'm going to finish this movie. So I know about the movie. I know it's a musical, but man, if I'm going to spend 2 hours, I'm going to finish the job. Finish the job.
I had just already seen like the ending monologue on social media, like the one about like being a woman is so hard. You have to do all this. It's like, I already know. Like, I'm a woman. I know this. I don't have to be told this. So I feel like I already knew the ending. So I was like, all right, we saw the gist. We saw the outfits, and it was great. All right, Jank. So will we stay up till the end of the T-Wolves Lakers, which is a legitimate question. It's a West Coast game. All right, Lakers favored by 3.5 in game 1 of this opening round series, total of 216.5. So I feel like this is going to be a fascinating series because on one end you have the Lakers, who are going to be a very publicly bet team for good reason, because in the playoffs, when you have one finisher, you're a good team. But this team has two finishers in Luka and LeBron. So I understand that sometimes you don't want to take the public side, but I do feel like the Lakers are going to win this series. Is there a reason why maybe you'd be on the T-Wolves here, or is it all Lakers for you?
Yeah, I am on the T-Wolves here. This went up to 4.5 from 3.5 yesterday, which I thought might happen. I'm going to put a sprinkle on the T-Wolves at plus 4.5. Like this time of year, with the LaBarbie craze, with the LeBron and Luka craze, you know, I'm sure there are people who have been waiting 2 days to make a bet on this game, even though I don't really have to. Yeah, I feel like the Lakers can make a serious run, and they are a threat in the West, obviously, when you have LeBron and Luka. But I just feel like that matchup-wise, the Timberwolves match up really well against the Lakers. And why? Because of Rudy Gobert. And I know you're like, oh, you're dropping Rudy Gobert into your handicap. But seriously, since the All-Star break, he's averaged 15 points, 12 boards a game. So who are the Lakers going to put on him defensively? Like, who? They don't really have. They don't have a big. Yeah, nobody. So it would have been Mark Williams. That trade didn't work out at all. You know, I mean, it was a trade until it wasn't because of the physical and all of that. So Minnesota is the best defensive team in the NBA since the All-Star break, which is wild to think about. I mean, that is not necessarily shocking when you think about a team with Rudy Gobert, but they are a great defensive club. The Lakers are going to have a hard time at Gobert in the middle. And, of course, we're not even mentioning Anthony Edwards, who stepped it up last year, was incredible. He's one of the best shooters in the game, especially from long range. Struggled a little bit at the end of the year, but also he was dealing with a cut on one of his fingers. That's healed now. So I'm not saying the Lakers don't win this game, but 4.5 points in an opening playoff series for a team that matches up well against LA is a little too much for me. So I think I would lean Minnesota here.
Yeah, Anthony Edwards, I think, is the matchup nightmare that I would be scared of most. Rudy Gobert obviously kind of exacerbates a problem that the Lakers have. We know they don't have a ton of size down low, but Rudy Gobert's not really a scoring center as much as he is a defensive player. So I think I'd be more worried about Anthony Edwards. He's had some decent games against the Lakers, but they have kind of limited him in one of those games. But I think that was more because he got ejected in that game, if I'm remembering correctly. But I think this is an instance where you just look at Anthony Edwards and his points prop. Like, it makes too much sense to me. This is a meaningful game. It's on the road. Usually the role players score more when you play at home. This is not a home game for the T-Wolves. So 27.5 is the number for Anthony Edwards. I think he goes over that. If the T-Wolves do not get a big night out of him, I think they are absolutely cooked. So as opposed to taking a points prop on Luka or LeBron, where it could be one or the other, it's Anthony Edwards for the T-Wolves. So I think there's a theme for me in the playoffs, and that's going to be star player props, especially on teams who I feel like are the underdogs. Because, you know, when they don't have as many players to depend on, like Cade Cunningham's a great example. It's him or the Pistons don't have a chance. I feel like it's similar for the T-Wolves.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And this is you said it at the beginning of the segment, but this is going to be fascinating to watch. But I think we focus, we can get caught up in narratives a little bit. And when you get caught up in a narrative, it can influence the way you bet. And it can sort of prevent you from maybe looking deeper into the numbers. And when I look at the Lakers, I see a very good team, but I also see a lot of bettors just not looking at the Timberwolves at all and what they have done and what they bring to the table. Matchups are really important this time of year. And I just happen to think that at least in this particular series, the T-Wolves match up very well against the Lakers because they have some of their strengths play right into some of the Lakers' weaknesses. So I think this is going to be a tight series. At least for now, this can change. I want to see how game one goes, and it's not one of my official bets, but I am going to stick with the T-Wolves, and I think this number's probably not going to get any higher. Like I thought it might get higher yesterday when it was sitting at Lakers minus 3.5. Now it's Lakers minus 4.5. I don't think it gets to 5, but I would gladly take the 4.5.
Yeah, and one other bet, like you kind of touched on this, but I think it bears repeating. Anthony Edwards leads the NBA in three-pointers made this season.
Yeah.
It's not Steph Curry. It's Anthony Edwards, who's averaging 39% on his three-point attempts, almost 40%, which is bananas numbers. In this game, you can get him over 3.5 three-pointers made for minus 135. I think that is a solid look as well. So he's been good from long range. Maybe it's the difference, and maybe it's what covers the number for the Minnesota Timberwolves. All right, so let's get to some futures bets. There are obviously more than one way to bet on the NBA playoffs. And you can bet on the conference of the winning team. You can bet on the state of the winning team. You can bet on the division of the winning team, which I feel like takes some research because sometimes I don't remember the divisions. It's not one of those things where it's like, oh, it's the AFC North. I know these teams by heart.
Right.
No, I got to look these things up. Jenks, do any of these bets interest you? And like, if you need me to pull up, some of the numbers, I certainly can. Because like when you talk about interesting ways, I feel like the only one that kind of stands out to me is you can bet on the state of the winning team. And there's really only a couple of states that kind of make sense. California is plus 425. That gets you the Warriors and the Lakers. So if you're all over, the square teams, you can bet it that way. But any other state is minus 700. New York, Texas, and Florida are the only other states that like you get odds on. Do you think a team from the state of California can win it?
At that price, I'd say. And also you get the Clippers as well. So you get 3 teams.
Oh yeah,
right?
the Clippers.
Yeah.
Great call.
So you get 3 teams and at plus money. So I don't think we're gonna see a team from California win it. But when you get 3 teams, like the Warriors have the championship pedigree, the Lakers have LeBron and Luka, the Clippers are playing great basketball. Kawhi's playing his best basketball of the year. So for a plus money play, getting 3 high caliber teams from the West who all have championship experience. Like there has been a player on each and every single one of those teams who has won an NBA championship. So with 3 teams, all 3 of which could be a threat at least at plus 450, I think it's worth a little bit.
Yeah, I think there's definitely an angle there. When you get all 3 of those teams, it's similar to like in baseball, we make the bet, it feels like every year, where we're like, hey, you can bet on the NL West, a team from that division to win the World Series. You get the Diamondbacks, the Padres, and the Dodgers. This feels kind of like a similar angle there. A lot of it kind of hinges on how much you believe in the Thunder, though. Like, I think that's the other interesting angle in this playoffs. Is it experience or is it the team who's been overall the best team in the regular season? Because that's certainly been the Thunder. We'll see. All right, coming up next, hour 3 kicks off with some of the top storylines in the NBA and the NFL. It's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's get it going here on the Friday Morning Good Time edition on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you as we come at you live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up during our final hour, we plow ahead by setting the stage for this weekend's playoff action in the NBA. And it's back to the NFL draft and what to expect next Thursday as we bring in Chris Mack, host of the Kabuli and Mack Show. Then in 40 minutes, the Donkster takes his turn in the spotlight after we hand out our best bets. So, Chelsea, we were talking about collectibles during the break, or people who collect things. And some people, you know, they get into something that they like. Could be trading cards, could be action figures, La Barbies, whatever it may be, and they get really into it. So have you ever known anyone who was super, super passionate about collecting something to the point where it was kind of awkward? Or do you have something yourself that you're really into? Doesn't mean you're crazy about it, but something that you collect on a regular basis.
No, I'm not a collector of anything. I feel like most adults, it's kind of a weird personality trait. Like, I'm not saying weird is always a bad thing. I just feel like this is something that, like, children do, right? Like, I remember my brother had a coin collection growing up. Does he still collect coins? No. It's just one of those things where it's like when you're little, you're like, oh, I got to get them all. You know, even when it comes to like McDonald's toys, like you always want to get all of them. You're like, oh, there's 5 options of this McDonald's like Monopoly toys or whatever. And you're like, I got to get them all. So I do think it's kind of odd when like adults do this. I don't know. I don't want to alienate people listening, but have you ever met a normal person that has like a large collection of things where you step into a room of their house and they're like, here are all of my Victorian era dolls. And you're like, well, this is a friendship that has met its end.
I mean, I will say that I do have one friend who collects like a ton of knickknacks, a ton of bobbleheads.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
Knickknacks?
Yeah.
If they're sports knickknacks, that's one thing.
They are. They're mainly sports knickknacks, but it's a lot. Like, I'm talking like displays and displays and displays to the point where, like, my first thought is, because I'm so OCD, I was like, how do you clean all this when it gets dusty? Like, you got a little, you know, like, are you Swiffering like, you know, the back shoulder or something? Like, I don't know. Like, there was just so much. I was like, this is impressive, but also how much money and time has been spent on this particular hobby?
Yeah, it's a lot. I feel like sports ones, at least it has like a male leaning towards it. Like, I'm not going to take away anybody's man card for saying like, oh, look at all these like cool Yankees collectibles I have.
Right.
I think it kind of leans into that territory, but maybe we give sports a pass. Like, if somebody collected glass figurines, like, wouldn't that be weird? I always see this at Hobby Lobby. Like, they have the glass figurines. I'm like, who collects these? Like, maybe people of a certain age demographic. It's very fascinating to me, like, when you look into people who collect things, because I think millennials are getting away from that. Because when we grew up, it feels like all of our houses were filled with knickknacks. And now you see a harsh lean towards minimalism, where people don't want the knickknacks. So I don't know if it was a thing where, you know, people who grew up in like World War II era or like the Depression, where like things mean security. But I think we are seeing a step away from that. We do not have knickknacks at my house.
Well, we don't either. I wanted to ask you, maybe this is too personal of a question, but how much money did you lose on the Bored Ape NFT?
The what?
The Bored Ape NFT. Remember when that was all the rage? You don't even know what that. Remember when Justin Bieber and Paris Hilton, the non-fungible tokens?
Oh, NFTs.
Yes. They were all the rage, and then they were worth absolutely nothing. People were spending just ungodly amounts on them, and they amounted to like absolutely nothing.
At least it's not taking up space in your house, though. Like, I'm
That's
fine
true.
with that. I just don't want a bunch of stuff on my shelves. Like, do you get what I'm saying? I feel like it just looks cluttered.
For sure. No, I'm with you there. I'm glad I did not go down that road. But no, I'm with you. Like, our place is pretty minimalist. I mean, we need to add some paint and stuff, whatever. But I don't want a ton of stuff just like hanging around, because then I kind of feel, I don't know, like claustrophobic, I guess. It's kind of odd. Well, let's talk about the NBA, Chelsea, because a couple of teams trying to collect victories tonight and move on the NBA playoffs. Before we get to the actual handicapping, because we do have 2 games on the slate this evening, Heat and Hawks, also Mavericks Grizz. Good news for the Milwaukee Bucks, because Damian Lillard has been cleared of his deep vein thrombosis, no longer on blood thinning medication. If you're wondering what a deep vein thrombosis is, essentially it's a clot that congeals blood near the heart and prevents blood flow going to the heart. So it's obviously very dangerous. It can be life-threatening, can be career-threatening. But now it looks like he's not going to play in game 1 for the Bucks. However, he could play possibly in game 2 or in this series. Doctors at the Mayo Clinic say they have never seen anyone recover this quickly from a diagnosis like this, which is kind of a minor miracle and also speaks to the fact that he's a pro athlete. I think guys who are in great shape probably, have a propensity to repair more quickly than other people. Regardless, he hasn't played since March the 18th. When he went out, he was averaging 25.7 assists per game, but now the Bucks could get him back possibly in this series against the Pacers. He's already playing 3-on-3 to work back into game shape.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge angle if he can get back on the court, because not only is Damian Lillard a good player, he is a good player in clutch moments. This is exactly the type of guy you want shooting a 3 at the buzzer if something comes down to it. And you look at the series, the Bucks and the Pacers, the Bucks are underdogs. And it's supposed to be a close series, so it would be a huge boost for the Bucks to get him back. I think the question I have is with his travel. Like, if he's on an airplane, I feel like this is something that can exacerbate blood clotting issues. I'm not a doctor, but I feel like that's probably true. But on a less serious angle, Jenks, if Damian Lillard comes back and has some big games, he's going to need a new nickname. Like, it has to be something like blood clot related, right? Like the heart stopper or like the blood thinner. Like, we got to do something like that, right? Like, if he hits a buzzer beater 3, we've got to come up with like some type of nickname that's like related to DVT. That sounds like a defensive lineman. Like DVT, like sounds like somebody coming off the edge. We got to find another nickname for Dame Dalla.
We can't go Heartstopper because that implies death. I think we got to come up with something else, like the Heartstopper.
For the other team, like we've had morbid nicknames in sports before, right?
That's true. Ooh, I don't know. Blood thinner, deep vein DVT doesn't work, and deep vein thrombosis does it again.
DVT.
Like that's,
he
DVT.
Sounds like he'd be 300 pounds if it's DVT. Right?
Yeah,
defensive tackle.
Absolutely. Yes. Biggest player to ever be a guard in the NBA, DVT. So, yeah, we'll workshop that. We'll come up with it. But look, we'll workshop it. I'm going to be thinking about that. I'm going to try and focus on these playing games, but now I'm going to be like, okay, let's come up with a name. Okay. Playing games tonight, Chelsea. Not the most exciting games, but, Heat and Hawks? Sure. Here's what you should do. Based on you watching 2 hours of Barbie and then not watching the rest, watch like 2 quarters of this game, just turn it off no matter what. So we're playing this game. They're playing this game in Atlanta tonight. The Heat are laying 1.5. Heat are minus 115. The Hawks are minus 105. The total is 219 and a hook. This line is flipped. Yesterday, we were just mentioning this game. This was Hawks minus 1.5. So money coming in on Miami. This is a 3-point swing. I would be on the Heat on the money line, and I think you're sort of with me here.
Yeah, it feels like almost a similar matchup to the Hawks' first game in the play-in, and that was against the Orlando Magic, a team that kind of has a ceiling offensively, but they play really physical defense, and you could tell it was giving the Hawks fits. So I feel like you look at the Heat, it's a similar thing. They pride themselves on Heat culture and playing good defense, slowing the pace down. And I feel like that's going to be the case here. Plus, the emergence of Tyler Hero had 38 points last time around. I'm not sure if the Hawks have anybody to stop Tyler Hero. So I think there's two ways to look at this. You either go the Heat on the money line or you continue to ride the star player props. Because, in an elimination game, you put the ball in the hands of your most important player. And for the Heat, it's Tyler Hero. So I think he has a big night here, especially in a game that defensively doesn't present a tough matchup for him. But in the end, I would take the team with the better coach, the more playoff experience. I know the Hawks have made some runs to the Eastern Conference Finals, but too much hinges on Trae Young, like whether he's hot and cold. We have talked about this at length on the show, where Trae Young can be a game breaker, where he has this massive night and he makes all these threes. But other nights he can be incredibly inefficient from the field. Like last time around against the Magic, he scored 28 points, but I think it was like 8 of 16 or like 8 of 21 or something like that from the field. So sometimes that can kill your offense, and I feel like it could be the difference in this Heat game. So I'm going to roll with Miami.
Yeah, I am too. Love Coach Spo, and the Hawks run a similar type of offense as the Bulls do. And what do we see in that Chicago game? We saw Miami shut them down. I mean, this was not a close game, and so I think we see a similar game plan from the Heat tonight. And also look at what the Heat have done, at least numbers-wise, over the last few weeks. They're 11-4 against the number in their last 15 games overall. If you're betting the Heat straight up, I think that's the player. Heat, again, minus 115. Miami is 13-6 straight up in their last 19 games in Atlanta. And yeah, Trae Young, sure, he could go off, but he is so wildly inconsistent. And also, if I'm Miami, I put the attention on Trae and let someone else try and beat you. The Heat have more offensive options with the way Tyler Hero looked in that Chicago game, with Bam Adebayo. And people sleep on Andrew Wiggins, who's had a very nice season as well. So clearly this is not the same Heat team as they were with Jimmy Butler. But when you have a coaching advantage and a team that has already proven they can shut down an offense very similar to what they're going to see tonight, I think Miami is the play. How about the Mavericks and the Grizz in Memphis? The Grizzlies laying 6.5 points. The Grizzlies minus 250. Mavs plus 200. Your total is 221 and a hook. I like the over in this game. I think you do too. The total has come down, though, from 222.5 yesterday. So I think there's a few ways to play this game. How are you going to play it?
Yeah, I think over is number one in the power rankings for me. We'll go over 221.5. We will take a look at the Mavericks plus 6.5, and we'll also take a look at Klay Thompson's point prop, which is 14.5. It's only minus 105 because remember back when Klay Thompson was on the Warriors, this is the Grizzlies team that used to run their mouth all the time against Klay Thompson. So I feel like there's going to be some bad blood there. And plus, Klay Thompson used to be a big part of the playoffs for the Warriors. So I feel like the postseason experience matters here. He was big last game. I know that the Mavericks shot 50% from the three-point line last time around. I don't think that happens again. But still, when you're giving me 6.5 points with a team that I feel like the public has kind of left for dead, that's when you get some value. It's like the almost opposite of the Lakers, where everybody says, oh, the Lakers have Luka now. It's built into the number. It's built into the price.
Yeah.
Same with the Mavericks. Nobody trusts them. Nobody wants to believe in them. So I'd take the 6.5. But the over, I see a lot of points scored in this one. We've seen this in the regular season meetings, and I think we see it again.
Yeah, I think you're right here. And I love the over, number one. I'm glad that it's gone down a point because I will gladly take the extra value, even though it's just a point. So the Warriors, when they faced the Grizzlies, one of the reasons why I thought the over was the play in that game is because Memphis's defense in particular got really bad over the past month, like bottom 10 in the NBA in points allowed. And you mentioned Klay Thompson getting the monkey off his back and playing well in the playoffs, shooting well from three-point land. So that helps the scoring cause. That will help the over as well. But I also like the Mavericks and the points here. And motivation is a big thing in the NBA that you can't really put a number on, but we keep talking about Luka. Oh, he's going to be motivated. How about Anthony Davis? Anthony Davis looked unbelievable against the Kings. Like he was shooting from out. He was hitting three-point shots. He was spinning the lane. He was hitting shots from the elbow. So when he's healthy, we get a reminder of how dominant he can be. We just forget it because he's so in and out of the lineup. So I want to see if the Grizzlies can stop him. I think he has something to prove. And also, the Grizzlies are 0-5 straight up in their last 5 games. So the last thing I'm going to do is lay 6.5 with a team that hasn't even been winning. And also, just against the number, the Mavs 27-14 against the spread on the road this season. That is second only to the Oklahoma City Thunder, which was the best covering team across the board in the association this season. So I'm going to stick with the Mavs like I did against the Kings and grab the 6.5.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a team the public has left for dead, and sometimes you can find value from a betting angle on teams like the Mavericks.
You certainly can. Coming up next on the show, I've missed Chris Mack. I would buy a LaBarbie, or what do we call it? A Crabarbie? Something with Chris Mack. I would do that. I would wait in line for that. He's coming up next. We'll ask the NFL draft. It is here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Tupac. Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Great to have you with us on a Friday morning Good Time edition. Guess who's coming up next? It's the compact disc portion of the show.
Collector.
Yeah. Collectors. The Collector's Corner. It's Collector's Corner. We're going to talk about rap and hip-hop and how it's evolved over time and some of our favorite rappers, like Machiavelli. Does everyone remember when Tupac Shakur became Machiavelli for a short time, released an album? I say that because Chris Mack is going to come up on the show. We're going to talk NFL draft. But he was holding up some of the CDs that he bought back in the day. Machiavelli, great one. Black Album, Jay-Z, another good one. Going old school. I remember, can I tell you? God, I don't want to tell this story. Ugh, I'm just going to age me. I don't even want to tell it.
Now you have to tell it.
Oh, God. I just remember, I love CDs because I remember when compact discs first came out. And you have to understand that if you would listen to anything analog before CDs were released, there was always a little bit of noise in the background. Like just a hushing, it wasn't completely crystal clear. And I remember, because it was a real game changer, it was the first time, hey, this is digital, but there's no noise at all. And I remember putting in a CD for the first time. It was Billy Ocean, the great Billy Ocean. And I had my headphones in, and I put in that CD. And I remember there was a woman in the background. I think it was Love Zone. That's what it was Love Zone by Billy Ocean. And there was a woman singing in the background. And I remember, my mind was blown. I was like, I've never heard anything this clear musically in my life. I mean, you're talking to someone who used to take a cassette player and record songs off the radio. So I'd have them for myself. I mean, that was a thing too. So it was so I have a real love in my heart for CDs. So when Chris Mack is holding up a Machiavelli CD, I mean, my God. Let's just end the show. It's incredible. Do you have a CD that you're passionate? I mean, you used to have CDs, I'm sure.
Yeah, obviously. I had a ton of CDs. I had a CD sleeve, and I had one of those CD books that you would put them in the little sleeves, and you would show them to people. Look at my CD collection. Look at how cool I am.
Oh, hell yeah.
But can I just comment on Chris Mack? He was showing us his CDs that he found. He passes the vibe check. Honestly, I feel like his CD collection is cooler than I thought it was. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult.
Oh, well, it's kind of an insult. This guy's a lot cooler than I thought he was.
I thought we were going to get Dave Matthews Band. I thought we were going to get ZZ Top. I thought it was going to be old, middle-aged white guy CDs. And we got Jay-Z.
Yeah.
Chris Mack, cooler than I thought.
This is Jefferson Starship. Okay, let's start there. Also, I've got some LA Guns from the 80s. Okay, let's do that. I love it. I mean, Chris is a cool guy. I mean, come on. Let's go. Let's bring him in right now. Quit talking about him and actually bring him in because he's sitting right here.
You want to defend yourself?
ZZ Top. My goodness. Hey, Chris, turn up that John Cougar Mellencamp for us there, buddy.
That's what I thought we were going to get, honestly.
Seriously, Chelsea.
Come on.
I'm insulted. Now, it did lead up. This all started because you guys were having, I guess, a conversation about weird things that people collect, right? And Chelsea asked, about weird things. And I don't collect anything, really. I just happen to have this stack of old CDs in here because we were cleaning out the storage area in the basement one day. And, I didn't feel like putting them away anywhere, so I just threw them here in my office. And this stack of old CDs started with John Mayer, Room for Squares. There we go. Okay. And then we moved on to, there were a couple burned copies. You remember when kids burning a CD, you didn't actually light anything on fire. Somebody copied it for you. Everybody under the age of 30, like, what? There was Jay-Z Unplugged. I had Jay-Z The Black Album as well. Yeah. We had Mace, Harlem World. And then, I mean, the classic that Jenks referenced, Machiavelli.
Yeah.
All through your body, like a 12-gauge shotty.
Death Row.
That's what I'm saying. Some street cred is deserved here.
Yeah, I do even it out, Chelsea. This is probably more what you were expecting. VH1 Behind the Music, Daryl Hall and John Oates.
Daryl Hall and John Oates, arguably the greatest duo of all. I love Hall and Oates. I've seen Hall and Oates like 4 times. I love Hall and Oates.
I don't know if it can be argued, Jenks. I don't know if it can be argued.
They're amazing.
Yeah.
They're amazing.
Then they'll be here in the Berg next month. Pearl Jam.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Have to have Pearl Jam 10. That's a classic. So, and that's just part of this stack of nonsense that I don't know how the heck we got on this subject, but here we are.
And then
you passed the vibe
here's
check,
Michael
though.
Bolton, Sole Provider.
Celebrate his entire catalog.
Switch it up a little bit. So, Chris, I guess we should talk a little NFL, John, but I do have to ask you. Oh, God, man. So, okay. You're a Steelers fan. We know this. And Aaron Rodgers, of course. I'm Pat McAfee. We all know this. So, at what point, fine, he needs to take his time, but at what point do the Steelers say, look, we want you, we've got a place for you, but do they just continue to play the waiting game just infinitely here?
Yeah, I think Mike Tomlin was pretty clear about that down at the league meetings in Florida when he was asked if there's a timeline. And he said there is no deadline. Actually, I believe is the word he used. He said there is no deadline. Aaron said the same thing yesterday. There is no deadline, no timeline. He's been clear with the Steelers that if they need to move on, hey, no hard feelings, go ahead and move on. I don't know what's going on in his personal life, in his inner circle that he talked about, that he feels like he's got to be there and prepared for. I do think it goes back to, and I don't know anything more than anybody else, and Aaron Rodgers seems to be the only one or one of few who actually does know what's going on in his personal life. I do think if he wants to keep himself available to help someone in his personal life and then not be accosted by fans and media for missing something because he was attending to that, I understand that. We're talking a year off of being crushed by Jets fans for missing a couple days of OTAs, right? So I totally get that if he's going to be all in, he wants to be all in, and he still hasn't come to that decision yet. And I don't think the Steelers are bothered by it. I know people are, on a national level, are going to laugh at this, but I do think they're totally prepared to go into the 2025 NFL season, if they have to, with Mason Rudolph as their quarterback. And a lot of people are going, yeah, okay, sure. No, Mason Rudolph got them into the playoffs a few years ago when Mitch Trubisky was a mess and Kenny Pickett was hurt. They have a level of belief, not just the coaching staff, but this is really important too and has to be noted. The guys in the room, a lot of them haven't turned over since Mason Rudolph played that wild card game up in Buffalo. Did they get spanked in that game? Yes. But again, talk about the level of team and the level of talent that they have on that roster. It wasn't a ton at that point. So can they get to the playoffs? Can they go 9-8 or 10-7 and secure a wild card berth with Mason Rudolph as quarterback? I think they can. That doesn't mean that if Aaron Rodgers turns around and pivots in the middle of June and says, hey, everything's good on my end, I think I still want to play. Are you guys still up for it? That Mike Tomlin wouldn't be like, come on, buddy, let's go. Let's ride. Yeah. Future Hall of Fame quarterback with 4 MVPs. Might not be at the top of his game, but at least in Mike Tomlin's world, probably still believes he can do more with him than the Jets did. They will ride with him if he decides to come back around to them and say, yeah, I want to play. And he still sounded like a guy who, to me, in my opinion anyway, if he does play, that might be a pretty big if at this point. If he does play this year, I don't think it's going to be anywhere but Pittsburgh.
Yeah, so what I'm gathering from what you're saying is that it feels like if this is a game of chicken, that the Steelers are willing to look and stare Aaron Rodgers in the face, say, hey, we're willing to wait. It's fine. What did you make of Aaron Rodgers doing these workouts with DK Metcalf? Because we saw that on the Pat McAfee show where he was talking about working out with DK, saying he's a physical specimen. Do you read anything into that?
I mean, I take it kind of at face value that if you're going to, that what Aaron said yesterday is pretty accurate and true. I know it's sometimes it's a dangerous place to go inside Aaron Rodgers' mind, but I think in this case you don't have to go too deep below the surface. If he's going to be a team's quarterback, he'd like to know what it's like to throw to that team's top target, and that's what DK Metcalf is now for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I don't take anything more away from it than he wanted to hang out with DK and see what it was like, and loosen up the old arm and see if there's still a few cannonballs left in there. And I don't think there's anything more to it than that. I really don't. I just think it's a matter of the guy deciding, does he want to be all in on playing football this year?
We're talking with Chris Mackey, ex co-host of the Kabuli Mac Show. Also, you can hear him on Y108 in Pittsburgh as well. So, Chris, we keep hearing, Shedeur Sanders is an interesting case, right? Like, he's worked out with the Giants, and the Browns need a quarterback, the Giants need a quarterback, but then we also hear, look, the Saints at 9 might grab him. Do you really think in a draft where teams get really excited about quarterbacks, even if they're overvalued, that he would fall to 9?
Yeah, I think Shedeur is the interesting case here because how much of what we've had out of New York and the Giants specifically over the last 2 or 3 weeks has just been typical smokescreen season type stuff. I think if the Giants, with all the extra time and attention they've spent on Shedeur Sanders, still feel comfortable with him, it's a good situation, right? You bring him in, he sits for maybe a year behind Russ and or Jameis, whatever that amalgamation of a quarterback room is, but 2 decent guys to learn from, right? 2 NFL veteran starting quarterbacks. I think you could do a lot worse if you're Shedeur Sanders than going into New York, as much of a mess as the place has been at times, and learning from those 2. I wouldn't be surprised to see Shedeur go 3rd still to New York. That's going to mean that you're not choosing probably an Abdul Carter, right? Now, Travis Hunter is the interesting variable there. If Travis Hunter does not get picked 2nd overall and you're the Giants, I think you have to jump on that. I think that's the linchpin in this thing. Does Travis Hunter go 2nd overall to Cleveland? And if so, I think that opens up the possibility to Sanders 3 to New York. And then, I don't know, a dart 9 to New Orleans. If somebody else doesn't feel, I don't think anybody's going to feel the need to jump all the way up, not even the Steelers, who a lot of people believe must have a quarterback, from the 20s all the way up to 8 to get in front of the Saints to try and take Jackson Dart. I don't think, as much as I like Jackson Dart, I don't think he's worth all that capital and that big a move. So I don't see that happening. I think Dart would go 9, though, to New Orleans, and then really the quarterback class, at least in my opinion, dries up a whole lot. And whether you're the Steelers at 21 or the Rams at 27 or the Browns and Giants coming back around at 33 and 34, 34 and 35. I don't know if anybody left in this draft really. Milroe maybe in the 40s, but none of those quarterbacks, Milroe, Shuck, any of them, profile as somebody else that should go in the 1st round, in my opinion.
Yeah, we have like a minute left. I was going to ask you if any of those quarterbacks are available in the later rounds, because that's the wild part about this draft is because the quarterbacks are kind of mid. Do you think the Steelers would draft a quarterback if they can do it in the later rounds?
I think if they can get through the 2nd day, and now we're talking about late, right? We're talking about 5th round and beyond, 4th round and beyond. If they get through, because remember, the Steelers don't have a 2nd round pick. It was part of the Metcalf trade. So, 1st round, if they get their defensive lineman, it would be Derek Harmon or Walter Nolan, I believe, whichever one is still left on the board. If both are there, I think they'd prefer Harmon out of Oregon. And then 3rd round, running back, maybe, if there's still a decent one left on the board, because they got to add something to the backfield, presuming they're not going to go out and sign Nick Chubb as soon as the draft is over. And then you get to the final day. Okay, if somebody should slide, if like a Jalen Milroe would somehow slide to the middle of the 4th round, maybe the Steelers make a move there. don't see a lot of these quarterbacks being the kind of quarterback that even on the third day you would want to overdraft. And it feels like you said, as mid as this class is, all of them are going to get pushed up the board because of the number of teams that need quarterbacks.
He is the host of Kaboli and Mac. Check that out on YouTube. Also, you can hear him on Y108 in Pittsburgh and also here on the BetMGM network. And big fan of Machiavelli as well. The CD collection, absolutely pristine. It's our Chris Mack. Chris, always a pleasure, my friend.
Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too. Man, you know what I had back in the day? A 6-disc CD changer in my car. And I just thought that was like the coolest thing in the world. Remember that? Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
That was baller.
I remember I asked Santa one year for, like, Santa when I was, like, 12 for one of those, the big stereo systems. Do you know what I'm talking about? There were 3 pieces.
Yeah.
There was the big part in the middle that had a 5-disc changer, and then you had the 2 speakers. Like, that was, like, my Christmas present one year, and I thought it was so cool.
Oh, was the best. I remember looking at that car. It's the last car I had, which was like 20 years ago. But I cared less about the car, and I was like, yeah, but this has a 6-disc CD changer in the back. I mean, that's what I really want. Which is not the way you should go about buying a car. Love that car, though, man. Those were different times. Coming up next on the show, it is our final chance of the week to try and get you on the right side. I believe the Donkster is here. Runline Jenkins might be along as well. All that and more next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, baby. Friday morning good time edition. Great to have you along with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger, getting you set for the weekend. Woo! Ready for the weekend? It's almost here. We are minutes away. Chelsea, what are you doing in Nashville? Tonight, we have decided that we are going to take it easy tonight. We'll see how that goes. And do a little wedding planning. So we looked at different venues. We're deciding if we're going to get married here in D.C., if we're going to go to the island in St. Martin. So we've gotten a lot of feedback now. We've seen a few places. But we're not going to do an Excel spreadsheet. But now we have to sort of put pen to paper and say, all right, what sort of expenses are we looking at here, and what do we want to do? So we'll probably do that for a while and then chill after that. So it's going to be a night of fun and finances and planning ahead for the next year and trying to set a date. So we're getting there. We're moving along, a little slow, but that's because we've been waiting for feedback from other people. And especially when we were talking to people in St. Martin, like someone on the island, like they definitely work on island time. You know what I mean? Where it's, we haven't heard back in a week and we're like, hey, could we just kind of hear back about the questions that we have? And they're like, oh, yeah, sure, we'll let you know. But yeah, it should be all right. It should be nice. It's going to chill a little bit. What about you guys?
Well, right now I'm trying to power through this dog constantly barking from my neighbor's
what's
house,
going on?
Which I was just asking you, if you know your neighbors, can you text them and ask them their dog to stop barking? Like, I understand that dogs will do what they want. But I feel like there's something you can do. Because I told her, I was like, listen, we got 15 minutes left in our show. Can you give the dog a treat or something? Is that fair to ask? Or do you think that she's going to be mad at me for texting her that?
No, I think it's absolutely fair. First of all, a dog barking uncontrollably is annoying as it is. Like at some point, look, I understand dogs bark, okay? Pets are pets, and it does happen. I get that. But at some point, you need to do something to mitigate that. And especially during the show, although I will say, maybe I'll just be a part of our show. The dog. You know what? It'll be a natural sounder.
Barking
the dogs are barking.
Which
barking dogs. Yes. And we'll just turn up the volume on your mic.
If I was taking an underdog, but I'm not. I'm playing a total.
Well, sorry about that. But no, I think that's an absolutely fair ask. And also, there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, I know pets are pets, but if you could please handle this, I'm on the air. Totally fair.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like for my own enjoyment. It's because I'm literally trying to do my job and focus, and I just need it for 15 minutes. After 8 o'clock, that dog can bark all it wants. But now,
that's
come
right,
on, man. Like, I'm not asking for the world.
What kind of dog is it, by the way?
Oh, which one? They have 3 dogs. They have like a big, see, like I like their dogs. It's just like the barking right now is driving me crazy. So they have one of those little white crusty dogs. I don't know what breed it is. You know exactly what I'm talking about. The white ones that always have the crust in their eyes and it's always like brown around the mouth. They have one of those. God. They
like
have
a poodle?
One of these. No, it's not a poodle. It's like the white yippy dogs. You know what I'm talking about, I feel like. Like it's like long hair and white. I don't know.
Oh, like a Shih Tzu?
I almost said the brand. I don't know what brand this dog is.
It's a
little white
Purina.
crusty dog. it's a puppy chow. So they have one of those, and they have a big sheepdog who I do like. His name's Harley. And then they have Daisy, who is like, I have no idea. She's some type of mix, but she's new and she barks constantly. I feel like it's probably Daisy who's the odds-on favorite to be barking right now.
All right. Well, Daisy at -150. If you want to take that bet, we'll let you know how it comes out on Monday. Guys, coming up next on Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sammy P, getting it done as per usual. They're going to talk about their favorite play-in bets in the NBA. They'll have a preview of the Stanley Cup playoffs, also some NFL draft insights, and to that end, they've got some loaded guests. Rick Camp from the from the I'm Fat podcast on the NBA playoffs at 10 a.m. I wonder if he watches like 1,000-Pound Sisters. Chris Meany from NHL.com Fantasy will talk Stanley Cup playoffs at 10:20. And then at 11:20, it is Jamie Pelleggi, risk manager at Circus Sports, joining the show. All right. So the week is almost done. But before we get to that, let's tell you who we like tonight.
Time to place your bets.
And we begin with Chelsea Messenger. No dogs on the card, just in the neighborhood.
Right. I'm only playing a total, and it's a first 7 total. All right, so I have a reasoning for this. So I'm going to go first 7 under 5.5 runs between the Tigers and the Royals. This is simply because I couldn't get an 8 for the full game at a price that I like. So this is mainly me banking on Cole Ragans to absolutely shove in this game. Cole Ragans has been a strikeout machine. In each of his 3 starts, he's had at least 10 strikeouts, 10 against Milwaukee, 11 against the Twins, and 10 against the Guardians. So today he gets a Tigers lineup that it ranks in the top 10, but sometimes they have trouble scoring runs. I feel like he can shut them down well enough in the first 7 innings as opposed to 5. He's gone more than 5 in 2 of his 3 starts. Jackson Jobe gets the ball for the Tigers, who it's less about him and it's more about this Royals offense, who, again, has been a little pedestrian. And plus, you look at the weather in Detroit, we've got some scattered showers, some light rain that's supposed to come in. And so I feel like that lends itself to a pitcher-friendly game. So we're going to go first 7, banking on these starting pitchers with a little wiggle room, under 5.5 for -105.
Chelsea, good luck. I thought about adding that to my card, but I'm getting a little scared here. I don't want to add too many plays. I'm going to start just 2 plays on the card today, but I'm going to start with the Guardians on the money line in Pittsburgh. Guardians are -136. You have 2 pretty bad pitchers. Luis Ortiz on the mound for Cleveland. He has really struggled this year, ERA over 6, but very good against the Pirates last season, an ERA of 3.32. Pirates are going with Carmen Mlodzinski, also bad this year, an ERA of 6.23. So you've got a couple of bad pitchers. This really comes down to the lineups, and my God, the Pirates cannot hit. They are batting 196 as a team this season. That is absolutely the worst in the majors. And the Guardians, 10-1 straight up in their last 11 games in Pittsburgh. I will fade the team that cannot put the bat on the ball and go Guardians on the money line at -136.
Yeah, didn't the Pirates win last night 1-0?
They sure did. They sure
what
did.
What a barn burner of a game.
Well,
one play from me. Jenks, do you have any more plays you like?
I do. I have one more play, but I believe we need to check in with Runline Jenkins.
Runline Jenkins is back.
Oh, Lord. Can't say I've missed you guys because I've had trouble with the women in my life, and when I see a woman on the air, it makes me nervous. Now, I haven't been around for a while. That's because I had to go crawfish trapping to make alimony payments. I'm not one to speak ill of others, but that woman is the spawn of Satan. That's why people say run line. Why don't you bet anything on the run line? And I say you mind your own damn business because I'm hot and swampy and I got bills to pay. Hasn't been easy for me, Chelsea. I'm gonna go Mets on the run line tonight. Plus 122. Maybe I can make it through the next month.
Okay. Mets plus money. Posting the cards. We'll see how it goes. He's back. Look at those legs.
Oh,
wow.
Yes. I need the quote, I'm hot and swampy and I need the money. That needs to be embroidered on a pillow.
Yeah. Absolutely. Come on. I'm hot and swampy and I need the money. Who can't, who can't relate to that? Oh, guys, if you want to see that more, we're on Stadium. We're on YouTube. You can check it out. Each and every show, in fact, you can check out on the BetMGM network. Subscribe and like to the channel. As always, you can listen on the Odyssey app. Okay, so our bets are done. What does that mean? It means that my voice is about to go out because we're going to bring in the Dongster. Dongster, get on in here, buddy. What's going on?
Good morning, everyone. I'm starting a new radio show so I can get more airtime.
Oh, yeah?
That's right. It's going to focus on sports, dating, and even men's health.
Oh. Well, that's an odd combination. You going to do this solo?
Of course not. Move over, Jinx and Chelsea, and say hello to the Donkster and Crooked Peen 87.
Oh, no.
Again.
It's back.
Oh, no.
Always comes back, doesn't it?
Don't do that.
He's a great guy, and he understands some of the difficult challenges we can face during our lives.
The road is not always straight, my friends.
No. No, it is not. Success doesn't go in a straight line. Nobody knows that more than Crooked Peen 87. Donkster, okay. We got to get to Joe O. How about a bet?
Lakers, minus 3.5, hosting the T-Wolves.
Okay.
Mm.
Whew. Well, none of that nonsense will be on Bet Sweats. Fortunately, we do get Joe O and Sammy P. And Joe O is with us now. Joe O, good morning.
Why 87?
I don't know.
8
I
points
bet that's
now?
the year he's born, right?
Oh.
It has to be.
I was thinking there was a measurement or something.
It's a measurement.
What are you talking about, Joe? Get your
It's a
head out of the
goal.
gutter. That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, I didn't know. Just checking.
Crooked Peen, he's a big Michael Penix fan. That's what he's talking about.
It's Michael Penix.
No, it's not.
There,
no, it's
actually, there was somebody in the sports betting space that would break down college football, and she always said Michael Penix. And I think she still does. Like, you've got to stop saying Penix. That's not.
Yes, please stop. Doing it unintentionally. Oh,
yeah.
Oh.
I don't know.
Whoa.
It's not
What's
the
coming up with the
dog
show?
What do we got? I'm Fat Podcast Guy, Rick Camp. I know you guys are excited for that. He's good on the NBA. He'll be dropping by. He'll work some food in as well. Chris Meany, NHL, NBA. Excited to get that started this weekend, so we'll preview all that.
It's going to be exciting, Joe. We'll have a great show. Thanks for being with us. That's it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, Zach Kroll, Dylan Mitchell, David Double D Dykstra, and the Donkster, Michael Jenkins. Stay fit and humble. Have a great weekend.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome in. It's Friday. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panianovich with you for the next 3 hours here live on the BetMGM Network on Stadium for the first hour of the show per usual. BetMGMNetwork.com for all 3 hours. The BetMGM Network YouTube page. Make sure you're subscribed. We've got Rick Camp coming up 10 a.m. Eastern talking some NBA playoffs. Chris Meany on the NHL. That gets going this weekend. Stanley Cup playoffs. Looking forward to that. Get his looks there. And then we'll head out to Vegas. Check in with Circa's Jamie Pelleggi with their numbers. They posted draft props finally yesterday, and we'll see where the action is coming in. I think that's a book that you want to pay attention to. A lot of books you can't get a ton down on NFL draft props as far as, what a lot of the more professional bettors want to get down, but they've been waiting on Circa. And so you want to watch those numbers. Those are usually the sharper numbers. And we'll see the reaction that we've seen in the first 24 hours out there. Happy Good Friday, Sammy P. During Lent, I don't know if it's just like every Friday, you're not supposed to eat meat. And then like later in the day, I always hear somebody mention it. I'm like, well, too late. Pepper and egg? No, give me a hot beef. Don't give me a stupid pepper and egg sandwich. I don't think I've ever had one of those in my life. Have you?
You have a hot beef already? This early?
No, I'm saying typically on Fridays at some point.
So
I haven't had bacon yet, but I'm sure I will. So.
Keyword yet. My father is Serbian Orthodox, so we would lean into that side on days like today. So everybody at lunch would be eating grapes and raisins or whatever, and Dad would pack a roast beef falling off the meat or falling off the bread. Yeah. And everybody would be like,
dying.
Everybody would be very excited. Can we trade? No, I'm good. I don't want your banana. I'm going to eat my meat on Good Friday. But I'm not a practicing Catholic, so I'm not really doing anything wrong.
Yes.
You mentioned the draft props, and I noticed two things yesterday. Circa comes up in the afternoon with their 15, 20 players or whatever, and the market definitely inched closer to Circa's numbers, even though Circa's only taking 300 a pop. Mm-hmm. The other thing I noticed, and I don't know if you saw this, MGM put up player over-unders for 90 minutes and then said, nah, we're good. They took them down.
Did they?
They literally put them up and took them down. And while I was doing chicken dinner yesterday, I noticed that they had Colston Loveland, who is a hot topic on this show because we've discussed him for about 2 weeks now. And we bet him under 19.5 at minus 150. So Circa opened 17.5 on Loveland. And as I'm doing chicken dinner, I'm looking at BetMGM and I go, oh, draft position. That's interesting. So I click it, and they've got Colston Loveland under 19.5 minus 300. And I'm like, fire! Like, bet it. I know I work there. I know we do the show on the BetMGM Network, but this is about making money. And I had asked Corby, who was on at the time, I said, Corby, what's the difference between 19.5 and 17.5? What should that be worth? What is 2 slots worth? And he said, oh, I don't know, $5, And I said, well, you got one book at 17.5 minus 260 under, and MGM at 19.5 under minus 300. And he goes, hold on, let me bet that. So I don't know why they went up and then came right down, but clearly some disparity between the rest of the market and the numbers that Circa put up.
I just don't understand the thinking with the draft props and what they're so scared of. Like, we know they're not taking a lot of money. That is understood. And this goes for any book. I'm not picking on one particular place. But it's really that bad? Are you guys going broke? Are you not going to take bets tomorrow? We've got the NBA and Stanley Cup playoffs starting. And you're going to have all this rec money come in that haven't bet on the NBA and NHL all season long. And they're that worried about 100 here, a couple hundred there. And I know it can add up. Whatever, dude. I would just look at it, whatever is going to keep the customer happy. Because I think, but maybe I'm wrong on this, I just assume that a lot of these legal markets, you have so many options that there's at least a couple of apps on everybody's phone. Maybe I'm dead wrong on that, Sam, where people just have one app and they go to that one every single time, no matter what. They are a dedicated customer. They don't think about shopping around. They see a commercial on TV. They don't even care. They're not going to look around. They don't care about getting the best price. They're just going to put all their money into that one app. Maybe that's what happens, and I'm dead wrong. But I would want to keep them happy. I would want to have them involved in markets that are going to get them talking, get them clicking on the app more, checking more stuff. That's me. I mean, how much can you possibly lose on this? I know they lose, and they're going into it assuming it's a losing proposition. But you kick ass in everything else. Do we bring up any other sport, any other market all year long where we're like, the sports book is going to get smoked? I can't really think of one.
No, just draft, NFL, NBA, and we'll have Jamie Pileggi on from Circa to talk about it. And we can ask him point blank, do you guys make money on this? Do you expect to make money this year? And he'll probably say no. But to have money in the account with NBA playoffs here and NHL playoffs here, it's not the worst thing to have the players have ammo. But yeah. I'm very proud that we literally 2 days ago talked about three markets. Loveland under, Mikal Williams under, which we had talked about at 15.5 under minus 120. They opened him 15.5 under minus 220 out to minus 300. So that's moved 180 cents in 2 days. And then how about the receiver market? This is at MGM. The first receiver without Travis Hunter. Do you remember McMillan's price 2 days ago? Do you remember?
It was up there. It was for the first receiver, like 15, 16 to 1 range, or was it higher?
No. The first receiver without Hunter, he was minus 250. I'm sorry. Okay. I threw a curveball at you. My bad. I didn't mean to do that. But he was minus 250 to be the first receiver that isn't Travis Hunter. Minus 250. Yeah. MGM has him now minus 135. Matthew Golden, our guys, even money.
Wow. Here's the big takeaway with all of this. There are a list of 6 to 8 players. We have a strong idea of what's going to happen, where they're going to go, likely in the top 10. It's just a matter of figuring out the slots. And then after that, I don't know. We had Andy Molitor on talking draft, and he does deep dive pod. Whale is on with You Better You Bet on a regular basis. Love having them part of the network on a just about weekly basis. And they're making the point that, I mean, I guess we've been making as well, just in a different way. It's like you go 10 through 40 through 50. Is there much difference? Is there much difference from the middle of the first round to, knocking on the middle of the second round? It doesn't seem like there is. And we're seeing that in a lot of the mock drafts, like, okay, you kind of figure out the order after the top couple offensive linemen, cornerbacks. Like it's hard. Like there's some talented players at the very top, but after that, it's kind of wide open. And that's the mindset I'm going with. You've been over this Loveland thing for quite some time, that he's going to go a lot higher, and everything seems to be pointing in that direction, that he's going to go higher and higher. But after these top 8 to 10 guys, who knows, man?
A couple other reactions to Circa going up yesterday. MGM is now minus 500 on over 2.5 quarterbacks in the first round. Minus 500. So if you don't think Dart and Sanders go behind Cam Ward, you could get plus 340. If you're interested in that, I'm not. I mean, to see that go from minus 200 on Monday to minus 500 on Friday. That basically tells you everything you need to know. And then the one player I noticed that they put up in Vegas that nobody else has up, they got a number on Cam Scatterbo. And I assure you, they have no idea. They are guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Over under 120.5.
Damn.
They're gambling on that one. They have no idea.
Yeah, but you know what? You got to put his name up. People love him. They were so fascinated by him in college football. People want to bet on him. So you know what? Yeah, let's just take a number and we'll guess. We'll try to balance our action maybe. Whatever's going to keep people more involved in the sports book. What you just said about that quarterback one, I am very interested in that one. So it's going up. I'm going to keep an eye on it and see how high it goes. I'm probably going to play the under 2.5. I know our gut reaction is, okay, that's telling us something. They're going up minus 500. But we rarely see bettors come in and take under quarterbacks in the first round. They're thinking quarterbacks always go earlier than they should. Michael Penix is fresh in their mind from last year when that shocked the world with what Atlanta decided to do. But I would go under. I'm not Evan Silva saying there's going to be one quarterback taken in the first round, but that bet is still a winner with two. It's like, okay, if Shedeur is for sure late first round, well, that means he could go early second. And who's the other guy? Dart? Like, you need all three to go, unless there's somebody else that's going to get pushed into the first round. I don't view that minus 500 for three quarterbacks to go in the first round. I think that's rich. I would play the other side only.
I understand it. Usually these moves are very true, but at the same time, the price is the great equalizer. And I see the best price in the world on under 2.5 quarterbacks first round, MGM, plus 340. That's the best you can find anywhere.
Yeah, I would play that. I'd play that, but it's price. Like, if we're talking about an even money bet, no, I'm not playing that. But looking at the quarterbacks and teams that I wasn't sure if they were ready for a quarterback last year, then they jump in and they take one because they looked at this crop and it's not very strong. I could see the under. I would play that. So a lot of draft stuff coming up. It's funny. Coach Prime, he's out there defending his son about the jersey retirement. That's an odd thing that's happening. And I get it. If you're on the 1990 championship team and you're pissed off about, it's really about Sanders. It's not about Hunter. The guy wins a Heisman. You should get your jersey retired. I thought that was amusing, though. But Coach Prime said, oh, it's because of the last name. No, it's not because of the last name. Not because of the last name at all. But, yeah, I don't think that it should be retired at this point. Baseball results yesterday, not great for me. And then the one that I was going to go in on, then I back away in the very end. That ends up being your winner. But again, fading the Yankees, they end up winning. They take out Tampa Bay 6-3 in that one. Jake Sky Jazz deleted a tweet about an umpire. And I hate to say it, but I'm looking at that damn matchup again. I really like the Rays today, but we'll talk about that later.
The only thing I wanted to bring up from yesterday is that Jake did it again. He had Caminero to homer, and he did for Tampa. So Jake is on fire with the home run props.
Home runs. Yep.
Jake.
We've renamed the show. We've renamed the show. You're here on a Friday. I wasn't sure if you were going to be here.
Oh yeah, buddy.
What is your schedule? You're not with us Mondays. You do your show, right? Is that the deal?
Yeah, honestly, at this point, I don't even know my schedule. I just kind of take it day by day at this point.
Yeah, well, it's very clear that Jake is basically a child of divorce on this network. So he splits time between our show and You Better You Bet, and he kind of comes and goes wherever the wind blows him, I guess. Let me throw a couple scores at you real quick this week from the Yankees. They win 4-1, 4-2 in a game they probably should have lost, 4-3, and then they rally again yesterday and win 6-3. So that's 4 wins in 4 games, but could easily be 2-2 in that stretch. And I'm at that point now where it's almost personal. Like, they're going to lose eventually, and I'm really getting pissed off. But guess what? Guess who comes in to save our bacon today, or our vegan bacon on Good Friday? Carlos Rodon is on the bump for the Yankees.
I know. Why do you think I like Tampa?
They're going to get us again, too. And then we're going to bet them on Saturday, Tampa, and then we'll bet them on Sunday if we have to.
Maybe we should do first five. I don't know. We'll have that conversation.
The Rays have risen on Easter Sunday.
Exactly. MLB bets later on this hour. Up next, we break down these NBA series, our plan of attack on each and every one of them. On the other side, you've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
NBA series bets coming your way. Rick Camp on his favorite NBA series bets. Always interesting to hear from him because he takes some deep dives into these series. I guarantee you he'll have stuff like, okay, most rebounds in the series, most threes made in the series. And you can find value in those markets. Something else to root for if you're not quite sure which team's going to end up on top at the very end. A theme on the show, Sam, for a long, long time has been not wrong, just early. And that came to mind with the little golf that I did take in yesterday. Not wrong, just early. You were on JT last week, and then he rips up RBC Heritage on Thursday, ties a course record. Of course, not wrong, just a week early.
And Scheffler remembered how to putt this weekend, I see.
Yeah.
7 under, by the way. And I love looking at the live markets. Anytime that Scheffler is in the hunt, you know what it's going to say. So even though he's, 3 back of the leader right now, Scotty Scheffler favored to win plus 225 at BetMGM. 3 back, but still favored.
Probably should be. Yeah, 3 back with a couple of others as well. But JT's going to tee off today after yesterday's 61. He's going to tee off coming up this afternoon. Same as Scheffler, just before Scheffler. So not much happening this afternoon. That might be fun to watch. A couple of them playing at the same time, running around the course. Joe O. Sammy P. here with you. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. All right, NBA series plays. Why don't we go series by series and see if there are any markets that you're interested in? I think most would say that the Western Conference is worth talking about a lot more. We wait on tonight's play-in games. If you were not with us yesterday, we do think a 10 seed is going to make it, meaning a 10 getting into that 8 slot for the first time. So ever since this play-in tournament, the 10s are always out. But Miami is a 10. And before we jump to these other ones, I think it's worth talking about, Sam, because as we were live on the air yesterday, we were seeing markets move. We were seeing the Heat get a lot of love to the point where some books decided to make them a favorite. Well, sitting here on Friday morning, we still have kind of a split decision. Maybe not the biggest deal since it's around 0, but there are some books that have the home team, the Atlanta Hawks, as the slight favorite, and others that have pushed Miami to the favorite on game day.
We like Miami, and luckily for you, watching on the BetMGM Network, the line still has Miami plus 1.5 flat. That's your place to bet Miami. Meanwhile, you got some books in Vegas, Atlanta -1, and Circa's at pick. South Point is at Miami -1. So some versatility in the market. If you like Miami, take the 1.5. If you like Atlanta, phone a friend or go somewhere else and take the +1. You could take both teams at plus points right now, and that's not always the case. But to Joe's point, when you're right around pick, there's really not that big of a disparity. I mean, coming off the pick is not that big of a deal. It's not like you have one book at plus 5.5 and another book at plus 4.5. You see this sometimes around the 1, but that is either a book taking a stance or, more importantly, the players taking a stance. So players at MGM like Atlanta and players at the South Point like Miami. That's all it is. But we stand by the Heat. We know which team has a better pedigree. We know which team has better players from top to bottom. And we know which team knows how to win in the playoffs. And that's Miami. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I think Miami wins this game, 65% of the time. So I'm a little bit higher than the market. And I think Miami should be, maybe a 1.5, 2-point favorite. But it's going to be a good game, and I hope that they can sustain Trae Young. But if there's one team that knows how to take the head of the snake, it's Miami, and it's the film wizard, Eric Spoelstra.
And we're not sitting here saying that maybe they upset Cleveland in the first round. But if you're the Cavs, just hanging out all week, preparing for the playoffs, getting ready for your run, and you're huddled around the TV tonight, there's one team you do not want to see. right? Like, there's a big difference when it comes to the playoffs, and you're going to have home court. You're in a great spot. You've earned home court, and you're waiting on, is it going to be Atlanta? Is it going to be Miami? Well, that's an easy one, right? Like, let's go Hawks for tonight. Let's go. Let's dispose of this team fairly quickly. So we wait on those numbers. We wait on the 1-8s. Don't have that. We'll get those results tonight. Western Conference 4-5 has been discussed a whole lot for good reason. Denver enters the week as a big favorite. And now, as we get close to game one, the Clippers have been a favorite for a few days now. Big swing, minus 190 on the Denver side. Right now, BetMGM is posting the Clippers as a minus 125 favorite. A lot of turmoil with the Nuggets. They make the change at head coach very late in the season, and they win their last 3 games. So maybe it ends up being a good thing. Talent-wise, there's a lot of respected bettors that believe that the Clippers are the second-best team in the West after OKC. They're hot coming into the playoffs, winning 16 of their last 20, and Kawhi looks ready to go. If you're getting playoff Kawhi, they're going to be a tough beat. I'm sure that was part of the thinking when backing the Clippers here for so many people.
And the price keeps going down on them to win the West. I see a book at 9-1 right now. This was a team that was 30-1 6 weeks ago. They've gotten healthier. Ideally, they have both Kawhi and James Harden out there. They've gotten great minutes from Norman Powell. They're trending in the right direction. My question back to you, as somebody who did take a stab at some Clippers futures, are you laying 120? I mean, when you think about it, Denver opened $1.90. Most books opened $1.50, $1.60, but here we are the other way, minus 120. So depending on where you look at as the opener, this has moved, over $1. I don't know that I'm in love with laying $1.20 when I could have taken all those plus prices down the rabbit hole. Are you still feeling good about the Clippers, or do you see this move and get nervous?
Yeah, no, I took a poke on the Clippers at 33-1 because as that conference number has gone down and down, which you mentioned, I think 33-1, like, that's a massive gap. The difference between the conference and the title, like, they have that sort of upside. But as we've talked about, they could absolutely lose in the first round of Jokic. And Murray's health is going to be a major factor here for good reason. But am I going to lay 25 when I was getting a good plus money price on Sunday and Monday? No, I'm not doing that. At this point, probably make the decision. Let's see if Denver wins game one and then take the Clippers there. Now we get plus money again. We can come in there. Do you want to lay a game and a half? I don't feel all that comfortable doing that. That's a little more dicey to me. I would rather wait and see if they would end up losing or they go down in the series, or maybe, Denver maybe steals home court, something like that, before coming back in at this point at minus 125.
The market says Denver's winning game one to have Denver about a 3-point favorite. But remember that this game opened 4. So not only have we seen one-way action on the Clippers to win the series, but it's coming in on them to win game one, to cover game one, to make a run in the West, and to maybe make a run all the way to the title. And we had Nick Friedel on yesterday, who was a little bit more pessimistic than maybe the market because he doesn't believe in James Harden. But look, if you have absolute thoughts in this league, that's oftentimes how you get in trouble. When you think that this guy can't do this or this team can't do that, that's when you can find yourself in trouble. And I don't know that there were a lot of people the year that Denver won the NBA title saying that they could do it. There were a lot of other teams. People were falling for the Warriors again, and look out for the Celtics. And then Denver wins the title. That wasn't a popular pick that year. So I have refrained from saying that a team that has driven the market halfway down on the odds to win the title and the West. I mean, they were 50-1 to win the title 6 weeks ago, and now they're 25-1. And, we mentioned the price on the West from 30-1 to 12-1, 10-1, 9-1. It's very difficult to ignore the financial liability on the Clippers. I will say that. I admit that. It's difficult to look at that team and how it's been bet and go, I want to bet against them in the first round. That's not what I want to do, given the way that the market respects the LA Clippers.
And I understand that idea about Harden, but with the way this team is set up right now and the seasons we've gotten from Powell and Zubats and what we're getting out of Kawhi over the last month, you don't need everything from Harden. If you get a poorer version of him, you could still be just fine and take out Denver in the first round here. So, I mean, that's going to be a great series, 4-5 matchup. I know you're interested in the 3-6 in the West. You've got the Lakers as a $1.90 favorite going up against Minnesota. Minnesota plus 155 on the other side over at BetMGM. We know the Lakers going to attract a lot of public money. No question about that. What are you thinking going in?
I feel good about the T-Wolves in game one. I don't feel good about them over the course of a series. And I think in this league of all leagues, I don't want to say that it's crooked or fixed, but if there's one league that allows its stars to get the benefit of the doubt, it's the NBA. Now, it's not as obvious as it was when David Stern was still alive and pulling the strings. Adam Silver sort of let the players dictate the outcome. But David Stern used to fly guys in ref-wise and be like, all right, you fix this series and you make sure this happens. I mean, it happened all the time when we were kids. And maybe, I don't want to admit this, but maybe Jordan and Pippen got more calls than they should have gotten back in the day. But Stern knew that the playoffs were always better when the better franchises and the best players went deep. That sort of blinds me on this Minnesota Lakers series price. I like the T-Wolves in the first game, but do we really think the league will be happy with Luka and LeBron at home? I don't know, man. I lean Wolves, but I'm worried about the Lakers being the shiny new toy with Luka Doncic in Los Angeles.
How many years have we talked about Chris Paul and Scott Foster? Like, it still has happened in recent memory where you have referees and people bet on those sorts of angles. And I understand that. My angle would be this is going to be a long series. That's what I'm expecting. You're saying, okay, you could see Minnesota jumping out early. You clearly believe that. You think the Lakers end up winning it, or maybe you're a little concerned because I know you want to back Minnesota in some way. I would look to total games. That's what I'm expecting in the 3-6 here. That if this goes 7, that would be no surprise. But yeah, for the betterment of the league, like I'm looking at second round, Sam, you know they want Steph and Draymond and Jimmy going against LeBron and Luka in the second round. That would be a phenomenal matchup for the league.
If Stern was still commissioner, there is no chance I would bet Minnesota to win the series. I'm a little bit more willing to do it now that Adam Silver's running the show, but I definitely like Minnesota game one. I told you I already bet +5. That's down to 4.5 at MGM and 4 at a lot of other books. I'm cool with Minnesota game one, and I think they have a very good chance to win that game. Funny story, on Instagram, I got a direct message from some LeBron gargler yesterday who was very upset at our video where I said that LeBron in game ones all time is 31-23, which I repeat is not good when you're usually on the better team or the favored team. Do you even watch basketball? Do you not appreciate what LeBron does? Dude, it's a fact. It's a statistic. It's not an opinion. It's a stat. This guy has not been good in game ones. And he goes, 31-23 is great. No, it's not. When you're usually
favored in all of
better,
them.
Well, when they get to the finals in Cleveland and you play Golden State, maybe not. When you're on those young Cavs teams in the late 2000s and you got to face the Pistons and then you face the Spurs in the finals, fine, I get it. But when a guy like Jordan was 27-10 in game ones and LeBron is 31-23, how can that be great? So I've seen it. I've witnessed it. I've watched it. I've bet it. This guy in game one just is a little complacent, and that's okay. They're probably going to win the series, but the best chance to get LeBron over the course of time has been in game one. And then when they figure out how to guard you and suck the life out of you, that's when those LeBron teams move on. They figure you out over a course of 6-7 games. Game one, you can have game one.
Yep. You would have to lay a price on over 5.5 games in this series, but you can get about 2-1 if you think it's going to go exactly 6 or exactly 7. Golden State, that number's down. So they put some money on Houston a little bit. -165. The 7-seed Golden State is your favorite. Man, I think this is going to be a shortish series. I would be surprised if this one ends up going the distance. The Warriors are a favorite for a good reason. Maybe they go down in the first game, but I still think this is going to be, 5-6 games. How about you?
I am not betting Houston. It feels like the pie is above the manhole and the bed sheet's over the hole. You go for the pie on Houston, and then you get trapped.
MLB bets. We'll get back to our other NBA plays later on in the show. MLB next, right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGMNetwork.com, the BetMGM Network, YouTube, Twitch, and make sure you follow the show on X, Bet_Sweats, Sam at SP Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. All right, we've hinted at it. Let's just go right to it. Why mess around? Yankees, Rays. Rodon, Rasmussen.
Coffin.
Doing it. -110. It's a mission. We're on a mission.
Should we sing the Rays song we sang during break and Paul asked, what is going on here?
It is Good Friday. We need vibes. We need vibes in some way because the vibes they're a little down. They're a little down on the Rays. And, it doesn't matter what religion you practice. If you even practice one, I think that you would enjoy this and what we see happening today with the Tampa Bay Rays. Yeah, go ahead. You want to start it off?
Rays have died.
Rays have risen. Rays will come again. You've got to look and you've got to turn left and right and make sure everybody's getting involved. I hate it when I do go to church like maybe once or twice a year. And then I realize, oh, wait, they've changed the response on that. Wait, this is what I remember when I was a kid. Like, oh, no, that's not what we say anymore. Oh, yeah. And then you're trying to, wait, I forgot the words to this one. Anyways, we're in.
I'm betting the Rays today substantially. I'm doing it.
Go.
So yesterday you had said, and I think you made some good bets. And I was on with the prop queen yesterday, and we were talking about this very same thing because she's a Yankee fan. And I said, Joe, I think Joe made a couple good bets this week, but the Rays at the time it was the Royals, and now they're facing the Rays. But she goes, I had the Royals on Wednesday. And I'm like, you probably should have won. You probably should have won that bet. So even she was saying yesterday that the Yankees have been sort of playing with house money all week. And, I had the game on last night. Caminario hits the home run, which you could have heard on Bet Slips and Bat Flips, by the way, or as I call it, Jake. So he hits the home run. Tampa goes up 3-1, and you're thinking, all right, this is going to get interesting. And then the Rays either had the bases loaded or runners at the corners with one out and couldn't get another run across, and then the Yankees just rallied back again. They've done that all week. They go down, and then they rally back. And I think the good thing about betting against Rodon, whose ERA is, again, in the mid-5s, as we discussed yesterday, he's a guy that could give you 5 by the 5th inning. And Tampa just has to protect that lead. Now, Rasmussen's been really good this year. And, of course, as we talk, there goes the market to the Yankees.
See this board? This board is lighting up.
Boom, 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 boom.
They're singing on Good Friday about the Rays like they're in church? Yep. Let's go the other side.
Yeah, there's some wise guy listening to Bet Sweat saying, screw these guys. The Rays will not rise. So here we go. Now you can get the Rays if you really want to wait. If you wait this move out, which is happening as we speak, there's a +110 on Tampa. There's a +111 on Tampa. I don't know that we really have to jump in now because when people see the Yankees at a plus price or -105 or -110, they bet the Yankees. It's the power of the pinstripe. I'm not betting Rodon. There's no chance. There is no chance. We just sang the song. It has to be Tampa.
The only question is, are we doing full game or first 5? We're only worried about Rasmussen against Rodon. I think that's the only debate that you're going to have here. It is clearly advantage Tampa. Whatever metric you want to take a look at. You mentioned Rodon's ERA. Expected ERA, Rodon 4.14, Rasmussen 1.97, xFIP 4.09, Rodon 2.57 on the Tampa side. We've got the pitching advantage here. We've run into some dumb luck, lack of runs on the other side, and now we get the opposing pitcher that we want going against Rodon. Today's got to be the spot. If it doesn't happen today, I don't know what to say. I'm just going to throw my hands up.
Are we going to just keep doing it? Are we going to martingale
I don't
it
want to
until
Martin.
Sunday?
I don't want to. We can't. We can't. Can we? No, we can't.
I repeat, we just sang the song.
Oh, Rays. Yeah, Rays are winning every game the rest of the series now. It's a wrap.
Oh, well, look,
Yeah.
I will put an end to it tonight if they win. I won't bet them tomorrow. I just want to
I don't need
back
to.
what I feel I'm owed. Let's go to your neck of the woods. First game of the day. Would you like to give the weather report at Wrigley? Because the total is 10.5 in a Corbin Burns game on the open. So they hang a 10.5 and you go, wow, that's interesting. Well, try 11 now everywhere. Would you like to read the weather, Joe O?
It's been fairly cold and windy throughout the week. You know, like I've been outside freezing at night, winds picking up. It is not cold today. For some reason, it's like the only day this week it is going to be warm for Chicago area standards. It's going to be 80 today. 80 today, wind blowing out of Wrigley, 20 to 25 miles an hour, out to center, gusts around 40. Okay? Woo! When you see a total of 11, that's where we're at, 11 now. Burns is on the bump. Expect some runs. There's going to be some runs here today. So, I mean, that's it. Are we going to go total? Are we going to go team total? Are we going to look at that? Or do we look at props? If the ball's going to be flying out, expect some home runs. Like maybe Jake has some names that he really likes on today's docket. But this is the highest of the day, correct? Yeah, it's not even close. Highest total on the board.
I was actually just going to go to the bullpen and ask Jake, but I don't know how much diligence he's done on the card. I mean, his show is later this afternoon, but if he has a guy or two that he's looking at, I mean, there's that school of thought where you could just bet the over and not think twice about it, or you can key guys for total bases or home runs. So what I remember about covering all those day games at Wrigley in May, June, July, now this is an April game, so it's a little bit different, but I remember it's difficult for starting pitching because the wind is whipping and your control gets affected by that wind. And then most importantly, singles turn into doubles and doubles turn into homers. And I mean, look, I can admit this now because, you know, the statute of limitations is long gone. I remember like calling.
Were you
Todd
betting
Thurman.
in the booth? Were you betting in the booth?
100%. Yeah, dude, come on. Well, I remember calling Todd Furman and saying, I just threw a peanut in the outfield and it blew over the wall.
Yeah.
And, you know, you see these totals, 11.5, 12, 12.5. And then in the fifth inning, it's 6-5 because it just turns into a home run derby. So I am leaning over for sure. Jake, have you circled anybody in this game prop wise?
Yeah, I wanted to bet some of the Diamondbacks guys, but the prices are Corbin Carroll's plus 185 to hit a home run. Pavin Smith is plus 190 or 2-1. Like, it's awful. So and the Cubs players aren't much better. Like, the price is similar. Like, Seiya Suzuki's plus 270.
Tucker's 3-1.
Yeah, that's not bad. But so, like, I might take a shot with like him or an Ian Happ at plus 375. But I kind of want to take the Cubs on the first 5 money line. You're getting a good, the Diamondbacks are favored because they're playing well and you're getting the Corbin Burns name bump, but he's been bad. He has not been good, and the Cubs are playing really well. So I think I'm going to be on the Cubs first 5. And yeah, I think Ian Happ's going to be the one for me, probably. He has decent history against Burns and at home with the wind, obviously, which you guys talked about. But, I mean, I wanted to bet some of these Diamondbacks guys, but.
Plus 180 is a joke.
Ridiculous.
What's Michael
on a
Busch?
Guy to hit a home run? What is he, Aaron Judge in his prime?
Michael Busch at MGM is plus 325.
Dude, come on. I was thinking maybe some of the guys that aren't as popular, you'd get a decent price. But no, all the Cubs seem to be right around 3-1. Dansby Swanson, who's really good history against Burns, plus 325.
Pete Crow Armstrong 5-1, and he's been playing really well.
That guy really pisses me off. I don't know why. He just really rubs me the wrong way.
Really?
Yeah, I don't
Why?
like him.
Most people that does not surprise me.
I don't like his face.
He's fast as hell.
so what? I still want to take a whack at him.
What's his stolen base prop? Is there one? There it is. 3-1. Dang. It's probably because it's got one of those last names where it's like a rainbow on his back. It barely fits because he's got to have the Crow and the Armstrong there.
Oh, my name would do the same thing. I have 12 letters in mine, so mine would arch as well. That's not it. I think it's a couple other things.
It. What?
Okay.
Why? Punchable face. Why does he have punchable face? There are a lot of punchable faces. Cutler always had one of those.
Cutler did.
But PCA had one for you? That's interesting.
I don't know. I don't know where that came from.
I know exactly what it is with Sam. It's because he's one of those
he's a Cubs
guys.
Yeah,
like the helmet's always flying off when he's rounding the bases. Like the dude's always dyeing his hair. Like that's why Sam doesn't like him.
Yeah, I think it's the mohawk and the ears pierced. Maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. I don't know where that came from.
He doesn't like gingers. He hates Zach Zaidman.
We got there. That's it. I've been had. I've been busted.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's not it. Let me save this segment in the final minute. What are we missing on Mackenzie Gore being $1.30 on the road at Colorado? What are we missing here?
Yeah, I've got that circled as well. It's funny that you bring that one up. Clear pitching advantage on Washington. Worst team in baseball, and it isn't even a conversation. There's like a massive gap between 29 and 30, and of course 30 is the Rockies, and it's minus 135. And you look at Gore, and he was better than a 3-win pitcher according to Fangraphs last year. He's damn good. So you're saying the price should be higher, right? That's your overall point? Because I would agree with that.
I think he should be. I make it $1.48. So if I can lay $1.28, $1.30, I'm interested. Dollander is the only Rocky starter with a win this year. The only guy.
I would agree there. Also, KC has my attention with Reagan's going against Job, against the rookie starter there, $1.45. All right, we'll go back to the NBA series. Joe O, Sammy P. Rick Camp is going to drop by right here on BetSweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
Joe, Sammy P with you on this Friday, getting you set for the real start of the NBA playoffs. Gets going tomorrow. We'll get the 8 seeds later on tonight, and we bring in our buddy Rick Camp. Check out his Fat Stacks. Get all of his plays there, or during this conversation. There's also the I'm Fat podcast. Rick, I know you're jacked. How excited are you? And do you love the matchups? Were you hoping it would be a little bit better? How are your opinions now that we're heading into things this weekend?
I'm excited, partially just because the morass of injury report stuff from late March and April, and it was even worse this year. That stuff's over. Thank God, not having to deal with, is my guy Jordan Goodwin going to be getting starters minutes, or is he going to be getting, 12 maybe for the Lakers, something like that. Like that type of thing is gone. Now we're dealing with real rotations. I do like a lot of the matchups. I think it's really interesting in the West that so many people either wanted to be on the Lakers or the Wolves, and now they're playing each other in round one. So I think that's been interesting for some futures perspectives. But yeah, I'm really excited for the real thing to get started tonight. Maybe not so much, but for these real series to get started is, man, I'm just ready.
Joe buried the lead. Let's see the ring. Let me see it. I need to see it.
I just got out of the shower. I haven't even put it on yet. It's in the other room across the hall.
Oh, jeez.
I know. It's
Bro, I never wear the ring. Ever.
Yeah.
I realized that after I'm not out hunting, believe me. But I lost the first one. Yeah. And then the replacement I got, I think I lost that one somewhere. Because it just jewelry annoys me. So I was just like, listen, man, I'm around you nonstop. We're working in the house at the same time. Like, I'm not going anywhere. It doesn't matter. I never wear it.
Like I'm
once in a while, she wants me to wear it for special occasions. Like if we're going somewhere dressed up like that, but whatever. I don't want to wear the ring.
Like I'm already getting the indent back in the ring finger, and so like that was one of those things where I'm like, oh yeah, didn't really remember that part, but hey, it's already there. So even if I was to try and pull anything, which I never would, there's no chance in hell. It really just looks like, I just look like my fingers look like encased meats anyway. So, you can already kind of tell right there that I'm starting to get that line again.
You can see it, actually. You can see it. That's great.
I know. That's why I did it. My fingers are fat. So like when anything's going to constrict anything, it's going to show real quick.
Speaking of constricting, the Bulls did
look
not
at that
quite
professional transition.
Did not quite do it to the Heat. I don't know. I don't know how Billy Donovan game planned for Miami. I don't know if he even knew who Tyler Hero was. No idea. That said, you got a Heat team that knows how to win, that is sort of feeling itself going into Atlanta, and we have a pretty rangy spread. So some books have Atlanta -1, others are at pick, others are at Miami -1. Do you have a thought on the Heat at the Hawks tonight?
I generally lean towards the Heat, but I don't love it just because the Bulls have 0 perimeter defenders. Billy Donovan probably knew who Tyler Hero was, but who's going to slow him down? Kobe White? Like, I like Kobe White, and he tries hard defensively, but he's not a good defender. Josh Giddey's not slowing anybody down ever. So the Bulls defense was bad. Atlanta at least has Dyson Daniels to provide like a first line of defense. The lack of size for Atlanta, I think, is going to hurt them just with, presumably, no Clint Capella again. So it's Onyeka Okongwu. They have Mo Gay playing as like your backup center. So I don't know how well that's going to go. So you're probably going to get a whole lot of Onyeka Okongwu as long as he can stay out of foul trouble tonight. I do think in this type of format, Trae Young is generally good. And quite honestly, the Heat don't have the best perimeter defenders either. But I think Miami just finds ways. Like Bam Adebayo is going to be very impactful. And they have a little versatility. If they want to play two bigs, if Khalil Ware is having a good game, they can keep going with him, or they can downsize a little bit and play Wiggins at the 4, and get somebody else out there, maybe like a Haywood Highsmith that's more of a wing defender. So I think they've got a little more versatility than Atlanta at this point, and that probably puts that over the edge for the Heat.
Take us anywhere you want in the NBA playoffs. Your favorite series or your strongest opinion. It could be series winner. It could be series spread with the handicap, whatever you want to do. Which series do you want to go to?
Strongest feeling is I think a lot of these series are good, or at least like they're well priced at this point. Like I was hoping there'd be any sort of value on Orlando to not be swept, but essentially no. Like there's really not. Because I think that probably just ends up being a gentleman's sweep, because Boston always plays with their food for at least one game. And then who knows with Jaylen Brown, even if he plays game one, maybe, his injury gets aggravated at some point, so they sit him and that has an impact. So I think your 1-2s in the East are going to be just fine, either in sweeps or something like, or in 5 games. But I think my favorite betting is probably Houston game 1 Golden State series. That's like plus 270 is the best number that I'm seeing on that, just because Houston takes an adjustment period. Even if you know what's coming and you've played them, just their physicality. And what is Golden State going to do with Amon Thompson just being all over Steph Curry and being probably the best defender in the league right now against Steph? Like, is that going to take a little bit of an adjustment for their basically playing 4-on-4 with Steph doing whatever he's going to be doing and trying to manipulate space to either find Jimmy space or Draymond space in a short roll? Like, I think Houston provides enough issues for them in game 1 to where that's just going to be a slugfest, and it's going to be low enough scoring to where the barrier of entry for offense for Houston is low enough that they can win. But Golden State's very smart, and I think they have enough versatility in what they do to be able to win the series overall. And then it gets very fascinating for Houston when they realize they got to go get a dude that can just get a bucket at any time, because that is the glaring thing that they need. And it's like, yeah, they only have one thing that they really need, but it's like the most important thing. They have lots of avenues to get it, but as of right now, they don't have it. So I like Houston to win game 1, but I do think the Warriors win that series.
You've known us a long time. We are not trend guys, and we certainly don't study stats and say, oh, let's make this bet. All that said, when we make a bet we like, and then you find a stat that complements your bet, that's a different story. And that's sort of where I'm at on this Lakers and T-Wolves game, and I told Joe yesterday about it. So I bet Minnesota +5 in game 1. I'm nervous about the whole series, but LeBron in these first games, man, not good. All time in game 1, 31-23 straight up. That's not good. And I don't need to tell you, usually he's on the better team. That's a guy you've been able to get early in series. So when I saw that stat after I made my bet at +5, I felt pretty damn good.
Yeah, I don't blame you for that. The thing is now, and it's for the first time in his career, which mutes stats like that just a little bit for me, I think it's still relevant, is the fact that he's not the best player on this team anymore. And that this is Luka's team. And I'm sure stylistically this is going to be played as a Luka team. So the ball's going to be in Luka's hands a ton. Now, is LeBron going to be a nice either outlet on the wing? I think it's minimizing him probably to call him an outlet, on the wing, but like a secondary creator. Yeah. Like I think that series is so fascinating because of the possible adjustments there are. Do the Lakers want to go small? Do the T-Wolves, how committed are they to playing Mike Conley big minutes and really helping out their offense? Because I remember that was a push and pull of last playoffs. How much do they want to play him versus Nickeil Alexander-Walker? Because if you have Conley on probably Austin Reeves or Rui Hachimura, there's ways to exploit that. So if you get either DiVincenzo or Na out there, I think that's really interesting. So a bet that I like kind of as a result of that, Anthony Edwards to have 5 assists in every game of the series, where he's just going to be doing more of the playmaking, is plus 2,000 on BetMGM. I like that a lot under the player specials when you're looking at the series. There's a lot of those types of things that I've been looking at pretty closely over the last day or two. And that's one that I like a lot because I really think that Edwards is going to have to do a lot of the playmaking. And then the other thing is, okay, if the Lakers are having the better hand and Rudy Gobert isn't having as good of a series, is it him or does Julius Randle maybe hit the bench more where Naz Reid gets in there, one of the best bench players in the league? So I think that's the one angle that I truly trust going into the series. But as the adjustments are made, I think that's where you really have to pay attention to minutes and that type of thing for like the style of play and how that trickles down, especially into the prop markets.
Joe O. Sammy P with Rick Camp at Rick C. Camp on X talking about the NBA playoffs. So massive move on the Clips, man. Massive move to where it starts where Denver is a significant favorite, minus 190. And now we're going into the series day before. It's minus 125. Clippers are your favorite. Are you with that move? Or are you thinking, boy, it might be time to come in on Denver at plus money?
I think this series is so close. This is the series I'm most anticipating. I can't wait to watch this series. I trust Kawhi in these moments as long as he's healthy enough to play, which to this point he's shown he is. And with the first round is stretched out in terms of days, I think that lends to him being, more okay than maybe later in the playoffs where it's more of an every other day type thing, except when there's travel. So I do think there is validity to it. I would love to. I am close on this series, which maybe means I should be taking a little bit of Denver right now, just because they are going to have home court and the fact that, they're at plus money at this point. I wasn't able to get any of that plus money on the Clippers. That would have been nice, but yeah, I think the series is going to be very, very close. And the only thing I've bet so far in that series is Jokic to hit 2 threes in every game is plus 2,000 on MGM. He's taken more threes than ever this year. He takes more threes in the playoffs, and he especially takes more threes against more physical bigs. And Ivica Zubac is one of the best bigs at guarding Jokic. That's a very relative term, but in his last 5 games against the Clippers, he's had at least 7 3-point attempts. So if Jokic, with the way he's been shooting this year, gets at least 7 attempts, I think he's going to be going. He's going to be getting 2 each of these games. Now, the fact that I think this is a long series makes this a little more, iffy for me. But the fact that it's plus 2,000, I think, is not totally insane. But I think it's a very good value.
So Joe had teased going into the last break about you having something wild in one of these obscure markets, whether it's the most threes market, the most rebounds market. Where do you want to take us?
How about Mikal Bridges' most steals at plus 2,500? That's one where he's had in 3 of the 4 matchups against the Pistons this year, he's had multiple steals. I think, Asar Thompson's the leader in that market by a fair margin. And yeah, Asar Thompson's the best defender, especially on ball, but he gets in foul trouble. His offensive game is limited enough to where is he just going to have to come off the floor a little bit more than you would like to have the most steals in the entire series? OG Anunoby may be playing on ball a little bit more. So I think Bridges isn't the best defender. He's honestly had a disappointing defensive year, but he's been opportunistic when he gets those opportunities. And I think for as long as those odds are, I'm going to take a chance on a guy with a crazy wingspan who has a pedigree of being a good defender when he really wants to lock in, and go with him in a series where I think the Knicks win and the Pistons have had their issues turning the ball over this year.
Okay, so you've given us an Edwards play 20-1, a Jokic 20-1, just gave us Bridges 25-1. Anything else? Doesn't have to be a long shot like that. Anything else you like as far as the player prop markets?
A couple of them. Most assists in the Golden State Houston series, Draymond. There's a rogue 6-1 out there, and that was at BetMGM. So in some other places, he's as low as plus 180. I think the big question for him is he going to stay out of foul trouble enough with having to guard Şengün? If he stays out of foul trouble, I think he's got a very good chance to do that. And there are 2 games with Jimmy Butler against Houston. Of the 3 main guys for the Warriors, he had the most potential assists by at least a few. So I think that's a good angle there. I'm assuming Damian Lillard is not going to come back even with the news, at least until very late in that series. So Gary Trent to lead that series in 3-pointers at 6-1 is something that I like, because Halliburton's the favorite, should be the favorite. But I mean, Gary Trent just gets the volume up. And if it's a more high scoring series, the Bucks are going to need his shooting. So I think he's going to play a fair amount of minutes. And when he's in there, he's going to get his shots up. And he's been doing that, especially when Lillard's been out of the lineup. So I really like him 6-1 to lead that series in threes.
15 seconds. Give us the finals.
Oklahoma City, and I think I'm going to go Cleveland.
Okay, so OKC winning? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's where you were before the season, right?
Yep.
Not with Cleveland, but with Oklahoma City winning, yes. I think the East teams have a better chance against OKC than you'd think, but I do think OKC wins it.
At Rick C. Camp on X. Make sure you follow him there. Thank you, Rick. We'll talk to you throughout the playoffs. Next, we go to the ice. Don't forget the Stanley Cup playoffs. Chris Meany will join us right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we go from the hardwood to the ice. Why waste any time? Because we've got a lot to get to with Chris Meany. NHL Fantasy Edge Stats for NHL.com. Make sure you're following him by his name over on X. And Chris, those have been following along, follow you on X. Check out your work. You've talked with us in the past about it. You're doing this every day. You're hunting for value for props. So before we get into the series plays, I'm curious how you are from a betting perspective this time of year. So now you're going to have people that haven't been betting hockey all damn season long, and you've been doing it on a daily basis. Do you find it to be easier or more difficult? Because, the more popular guys, you're not going to get great value on those numbers anymore. Those guys will get bet for goals and points and all sorts of player props on a daily basis. Or do you find, there's actually value because we're looking at those second and third line guys?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and something we do over at NHL.com/fantasy is try to find that value. And it's guys throughout the season maybe moving up into a top 6 role, or there's an injury, and that player all of a sudden is going to get some extra time on the power play. So following trends that way. But now it's go time, and it does get a little bit tougher. Especially with just it being the Stanley Cup playoffs and tighter checking, everybody is just going full tilt. But at the same time, you get some of these games that go a little bit extra. Maybe there's some overtime games. If, some people like to look at shot props or whatnot, maybe you get a little bit of hey, if a game goes to double overtime, you get more minutes for your players. So certainly at this time of the season, it does get a little bit trickier, but we'll have you covered over at NHL.com/fantasy. We'll be having picks and props and players to consider in fantasy leagues and DFS, whatever it is that tickles your fancy at this time of the year. But it should be a lot of fun, and this first round is always electric in the NHL, so we'll certainly find some edges.
We'll get the full prop Rolodex likely tomorrow for these games on Saturday, but there are so many bets to make in the meantime, whether it's a game one, side or total, whether it's a series bet, whether it's a Conn Smythe bet, team to win a conference, team to win a cup. For somebody that hasn't made a bet yet, I'm on the fence. I have a couple that I like. What would be your advice? What's the first bet I should make for the Stanley Cup playoffs?
Well, this is an interesting season. I feel like, in years past, there's usually one or two teams that you feel really good about winning that opening round and potentially going on a run. But, looking at the 8 matchups, this is the first time in a long time where I could sit here and make a case for the final wild card team in the Western Conference and the final wildcard team in the Eastern Conference, that being the Montreal Canadiens and the St. Louis Blues out west. I mean, those are dogs for certain, but I could see either one of those teams winning. I like Vegas. I like the Golden Knights, and I like the Carolina Hurricanes. Those are two teams that I feel pretty good about. So if you wanted to include those two to win the series, I would take a look at that. I mean, Vegas is completely loaded. They're just a couple years removed from winning the Stanley Cup. They've rested some of their star players here down the stretch, like Jack Eichel, Alex Pietrangelo. Noah Hannafin wasn't in the net on the ice the other night. So that's a team that I think, is loaded down the middle of the ice. They have a lot of Stanley Cup experience. You want to look at them in a series spread. I could see them beating the Wild in 5 or 6 games. And the same sort of deal over out east with the Carolina Hurricanes. They've had a lot of success against the New Jersey Devils over the past few years. The Devils missing Jack Hughes. Carolina plays at a really up-tempo brand of hockey at 5-5. They put a lot of pucks towards the net. They don't give up a whole lot. Their special teams is fantastic, especially their penalty kill. And Freddie Anderson has had a lot of success against the Devils most recently over last year. So I like Carolina. You include those two teams. I would kind of start there. But there is a dog that I like, guys, and it is the Los Angeles Kings. They're starting against the Edmonton Oilers. This is the 4th year in a row these teams are playing each other. And I think the difference this year is LA is at home. In the past, they've had to start the series on the road. And now the Oilers have arguably the 2 best players in the league, and Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. But they don't have the goaltending that LA has. The Kings have the best home record in the NHL. And since January 1st, Kemper is second in wins. He's first in save percentage. He's first in goals against average. He's tied for first in shutouts. He's allowed 2 or fewer goals in 16 of his past 17 games. So he's entering the playoffs absolutely red hot. And you can't say the same thing about the Oilers goaltending. So I would start there with the two kind of heavy favorites, maybe put them together. And then if you want just a single team who's getting some value starting the series at home, I take a look at the Kings.
So quick follow-up there, Joe. Hurricanes and Knights, if you just parlay them to win their series, plus 110. You take two favorites, you put them together, and it comes out plus 110.
All right, if we add the Kings?
I can add the Kings. We add the Kings to that as well. We are now at plus 350.
Woo. Yeah,
Not
both
bad.
wouldn't be a bad idea. Not bad at all. With Chris Meany, NHL.com. What about a team that you liked during the regular season, you thought you were going to back, and then you got the matchup? And you're thinking, oh, man, I don't feel comfortable doing it right now. Maybe you like them big picture if they were able to advance, but maybe you find yourself backing away due to the matchup.
It's the Dallas Stars, and I've been on this team over the past couple of years. They've been the last 2 years I've had them to go to the Stanley Cup Finals, and they've lost in the Western Conference Finals. I really love the makeup of their squad. I think that they're the deepest team in the league. They have 4 lines that can play. I mean, Wyatt Johnson's one of the best players in the league, and he's been playing on the third line for the Stars. He's been their best player in the playoffs over the past couple of years. But, it's a couple things. Miro Heiskanen doesn't sound like he's going to be ready to go in the opening round. He's a guy in the past that's played 28 minutes. Like, he could play over 30 minutes in a playoff game, especially when those games go deep into overtime. Having him on the sidelines really does hurt. And then Jason Robertson, who suffered an injury in the Stars' final game of the season, and his status is unknown here. So those two guys are key losses. And then you have to play the Colorado Avalanche and Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar, who are going to be the two best players in this series. I think this is a very tough matchup for the Dallas Stars. They're going to be at home. Again, this is a team that I liked throughout the entire season. They picked up Mikko Rantanen at the deadline, just liked them even more after that addition. But over the last 6 weeks or so, they've allowed the most shots on goal. They have a highest expected goals against rate at 5.5 per 60. So they're really missing Miro Heiskanen. And you got an Avalanche team who is second in shots on goal over that span since February 22nd, since the NHL picked back up after the Four Nations face-off, and they don't give up a whole lot, and they have good goaltending as well. So I do believe whoever wins that series between Colorado and Dallas will go to the dance, will go to the Stanley Cup Finals, but I just feel a little bit better about Colorado, and if Dallas had a different matchup, if they were able to chase the Jets down and have the number 1 seed, or Colorado faltered and Minnesota jumped up, I would certainly like the Stars, but yeah, I mean, answering that question, I think, I'm shying away from the Stars in the opening round against the Avs.
Let's stick right there. Ian Cameron's a very, very good hockey handicapper, and he was telling me yesterday he thinks that eventually this series is going to be totaled at 6, because you mentioned Miro Heiskanen being off for Dallas, and then Ian also followed that up with, I don't trust Mackenzie Blackwood as far as I can throw him. So, I mean, this could be one of those series where we see, 2-2 after 2 or 3-2 after 2, and then we get into that 7-8 range early, and then you might see those 5.5s morph into 6s by game 3. I could see that. What about you?
Yeah, it's possible, and I understand the comment on Mackenzie Blackwood, but I think, we can toss out his past. I mean, he's played on brutal teams. The San Jose Sharks at the start of the season, this is a team that was allowing the most shots and high danger chances. Their penalty kill wasn't good. And now he goes to an Avs team, and I mentioned they don't give up a whole lot. So he doesn't have to be fantastic. He doesn't necessarily have to steal the series for them, because the Avs are a really strong team at 5-5, and they push the pace. They're the quickest team in the NHL, led by Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar, and they brought in a lot of depth, and Brock Nelson for their second line center. Charlie Coyle, who's made the playoffs every year of his career, is going to be their third line center. I could see the series going 7. I expect it to, actually, because of the power that both teams have. It's just at the moment, I feel like Dallas is really struggling in their 5-5 game, and they're giving up a whole lot. But they do have the luxury of starting this series at home. Even last year against the Vegas Golden Knights, they lost their first 2 games against Vegas. Everybody wrote them off. They were able to extend that series and win in Game 7 on home ice. So I think that series is going to go the distance. And if you're looking at some series props, I would just say take a look at it going 7 games.
Chris Meany here, NHL.com. Now, most years, it's an interesting debate with the Conn Smythe because anything could end up happening, right? Like, it's different from the NBA Finals MVP in that because it's what you're doing throughout and doesn't necessarily go to the star player. Sometimes it ends up just going to the hot guy. Now, last year, it ended up going to the star player. That was a very different situation. When you look at Conn Smythe, what are you looking for? I mean, obviously, you're looking at your short list of teams that you think could make it to the very end, but are you hunting for value? Are you typically going with the star player? Do you go goaltender? There are people that make those cases every single year, even though those times are few and far between when a goaltender actually wins that award. Throw some names and maybe some strategy when it comes to Conn Smythe.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the board here, seeing Nathan McKinnon as the favorite, even at 13-1, I think that's a pretty solid number. And that is my pick. I do think that the Avs win the Stanley Cup. And last time that they won, it was Cale Makar, and Nathan McKinnon has been a playoff beast over the whole course of his career. And I just think he's ready to take another level. And what I've liked about the Avs this season is talking about Blackwood and some of the other guys that they picked up. They're just a more complete team this season. So I do believe that will help Nathan McKinnon. But yeah, I mean, you could take some shots. A couple of years ago, Jonathan Marchessault, I believe after the first round, was 55-1 to win the Conn Smythe trophy. So, and it didn't look like he was going to win it. I mean, Vegas had a great team and they were playing good hockey, but he started to pick it up. I remember he played the Stars in the second round. He had a great showing there, and then, he just continued on. So you could follow some trends if you wanted to, and you still get, a pretty good number after the first round. Say, oh, this team is playing pretty good hockey. I like their matchup. There was an upset here, and you could take a look at some of those players. But, seeing here on the board, Jack Eichel at 25-1, I think is a pretty good number. I like the path for the Vegas Golden Knights. They're just a couple years removed from winning the Stanley Cup. I like their matchup against the Minnesota Wild. They'll avoid Colorado or Dallas until round 3 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. So that's a pretty solid number. If you want to look at some goaltenders, some long shots there, Anthony Stolarz is 75-1 for the Toronto Maple Leafs. I know that the Leafs are a team that has struggled in the playoffs over the past few years. In fact, this core has only been in the second round once over the last 7 or 8 seasons. But they've made some really good moves in the offseason. It started with Craig Berube behind the bench. He's won a Stanley Cup with the St. Louis Blues. They picked up Stolarz. They have Chris Tanev, who's a nice shutdown defenseman. So if the Leafs do win the Stanley Cup, it'll be a lot of different reasons. They have a lot of powerhouse players, but if Matthews and Nylander and Tavares and Marner are all fantastic, it may be hard to pick one of those four for the voters. It may just go to a goaltender in Anthony Stolarz. But I think to answer your original question, guys, you got to pick some players that you feel are on teams that are going to go the distance, right? You don't feel like, I would cross some teams off your list, like the Montreal Canadiens, the St. Louis Blues, the Minnesota Wild. Pick some teams that you think will go the distance. My favorite 4, unfortunately, you look at the West and the East, they're playing each other. But I think whoever wins between Dallas or Colorado or Florida or Tampa, Vasilevsky, take a look at him. Wyatt Johnson, take a look at him as some long shots. Jake Ottinger. I would say those 4 teams are destined to go on a run. At least we'll see 2 of them.
You hinted at this, but I don't know that we cemented the play. Are we knocking Winnipeg out round 1?
I like the Blues. Yeah. Again, I think that this time of the season, everyone's looking for an upset. You have the President's Trophy talk. A lot of people want to talk about the President's Trophy curse. You got to go back a few years to see the last team to win the cup that won the President's Trophy, the Chicago Blackhawks, and Patty Kane and John Taves and those guys, and Duncan Keith and Seabrook is a long time ago. The Jets are led, of course, by Connor Hellebuck. He's the MVP favorite from the season. I do expect him to win the award. The Jets are a good hockey team, and Winnipeg is a very tough place to play. They were quiet at the deadline, and they lost one of their best forwards. Nikolai Ehlers is considered week to week. They will get Gable Velarde back, which is good news for them. But I like this Blues team and how they're playing hockey. You go back to the 4 Nations face-off, only 4 regulation losses is the fewest of any team in the NHL. Jordan Binnington has won a Stanley Cup. Say what you want about his play throughout the regular season, but he's won big games. He won a Game 7 in Boston to win the Stanley Cup. How about that 4 Nations face-off when he played for Team Canada, and he went toe-to-toe with Connor Hellebuck, and he was better than Hellebuck in that single elimination game. So I like where the Blues are at. I think they got a nice mix of sandpaper. They're in your face. They're physical. They got some skill. They have some youth, and they have a really good blue line as well. And Colton Parayko is back in that Blues lineup. So I like the Blues as dogs. Now, I don't think that they'll get by Winnipeg and Colorado or Dallas, but I do think the Jets' path is very difficult.
All right, very good. Chris Meany, NHL Fantasy and Edge Stats, NHL.com. Looking forward to talking throughout the playoffs. It's going to be a lot of fun. We always appreciate your time. Best of luck this weekend. And we're going to get back to the NFL draft coming up. Joe O, Sammy P, with you till noon Eastern right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Where's the room?
I was not prepared for that one. Thank God they didn't play that for me ahead of time. Oh, I love that. The MVP coming in hot. Where's the room?
With the heavy metal.
Oh, it's good. It's good. I like the graphic. Fantastic. Check us out on YouTube, the BetMGM Network. YouTube page, subscribe away. The graphic is phenomenal. Good stuff, Gert. Show.
Can we see the graphic again? I'd love to see that graphic. Look at that Reaper.
It's pretty strong. It's pretty strong. I heard there was a denial on one, but this one's even better.
This is way better
than what I saw suggested. Yeah, good job there. Where's the room? Oh man. So what are we doing? Where's the room? As I'm trying to recover from Sam yelling at me, coming back from break, and all of you guys, is we find out what are the most popular player props. Here's how this has gone in the play-in. So day one of the play-in got our attention that the 4 most popular player props that they decided to lay $1.50, $1.75 on, they all lost. Now, on the second day of the play-in, better day for the bettors, they ended up going 4-1 out of the top 5. So we want to see where's the room. Friday night, only have one play-in game. What are the top 5 most popular player props over at BetMGM? So Paul Aspen, we now bring him in to let us know.
All right, we got the top 5 props, mostly unders, again, which is something we've seen. Number 5, where is Ja? Ja Morant, under 4.5 rebounds, -175.
Dude, so random. Where's the
room is laying -175 to begin with.
On rebounds for a guard. Okay. Interesting. Let me ask you this, because I thought about this the other day when it was all unders, the day that the bettors were successful here. Do you think this is like more informed money early that does under player props? No? Okay.
I don't think so. Here's what I'm going to guess. I'm going to look at the last playoff game Golden State and Memphis played and look at Morant's rebounds. He had 3. I think it's that simple.
Under.
And also,
I
his health is
assume
kind of like, in question. So it's like, oh, he's got an ankle, game time call. Like, he's going to go. But it's like, oh, if he's hurt, like, is that, headline and a recent stat.
I think people don't like Ja anymore either. Like, they've had enough of it. Like, he used to be a fan favorite when he was coming out of college, very popular player, but I don't think people want to bet on him right now.
Yeah, I think the gun thing turns people off. That doesn't
After
help.
5 times, or like,
I mean, switch to grenades at some point.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Okay, 4.1 rebounds per game for Ja throughout the year, too. So maybe they're thinking under. Okay, number 4.
Also, very recent, something people just saw. Tyler Hero, over 2.5 3-pointers made, -135.
That makes sense. He had 1 million against the Bulls. This is what it is, though, Joe. This is how people bet the NBA. They study stats, and when they see something that doesn't add up, when Tyler Hero makes 3 threes in the first quarter against the Bulls, and then the next day or the next game he's minus 130. All I got to do is was it 130 you said, Paul, right?
-135, yeah.
Okay, yeah, same thing. He is going to get that money because people just watched him light up a bad team, and now you face another bad team. So I am not surprised by that at all.
What's funny is when you look at the end of the regular season, he went under that number of 2.5, 5 of 6 games. But they saw it the other night in a playoff game, And you look at the Bulls defense, bad, fast-paced team. Atlanta, fast-paced team. They're thinking there's going to be a repeat. So that's interesting. And he hit 3 against the Bulls. So I'm not laying minus 135. It'd probably be tough to stomach, but if anything, you got to go under there.
He was going to the basket a lot. I will say that.
Yeah.
So he hit a couple threes early, and then he was just using the pump fake. And then he was getting into the lane, mid-range game, floater game. Atlanta's not this spectacular rim defense either. So, yeah, I lean under, especially if you're going to give me, well, I'm not going to get plus 115 the way that these books deal the juice, but I could get plus 105 maybe, and that would be something I would think about.
All right, number 3, Karis LeVert, under 1.5 3-pointers made at minus 145.
A lot of juice.
So random. One of the most random props. Under 1.5. Under 1.5 made threes. They love to bet the made threes. Usually go over, but maybe you'll find someone that doesn't get a ton of opportunities. They'll go under on. He was 0 for 2 the other night against Orlando. Wow. It's kind of all over the place. I see why, I guess. End of the regular season, he had 4 against Philadelphia, but he's usually right around that one number. This is a bet I would never get involved in.
Me either.
No thanks. All right, number 2, Bam Adebayo, under 9.5 rebounds at, plus money, plus 105.
I think he could push these guys around, though. That's my thing with Atlanta. I just talked about, I don't think that they're this, sensational rim defense or rim offense for that matter. So I mean, Bam could easily get 13 rebounds in the game. Okongwu, I guess. Capella hasn't played basketball in what feels like forever. So I don't view Atlanta as some beefy, boxy, push you out of the way rebound team. So that's funny to me. I mean, you're coming out of the woodwork to bet Bam under. I go over.
Okay. Yeah, there's a couple of strong ones here that I like to fade so far. But let's get the most popular player prop for the play-in games tonight. What do you think, Paul?
It is a very popular player. They're going under. Trae Young, under 26.5 points, minus 135.
Wow.
I'm surprised by that. I would have thought for sure
very
over.
Much. I think it had something to do with his antics the other night. Kicked out of the game, 4 minutes left. I believe he did go under his player prop still, even though he wasn't available for the last 4 minutes of that game. Yeah, he scored 28. And he still played 40 minutes. So the guy might sit once all game, assuming it's going to be a competitive one. This is another one I would not line up on, guys. I would not say under 26.5 in this game where Trae Young's probably going to play 45 minutes.
Can you rattle off, Paul, the 5 prices for us, like the 5 numbers?
Sure. I just dropped in the rundown too, but Morant under 4.5 rebounds, minus 175. Hero over 2.5 3-pointers made, minus 135. LeVert under 1.5 3-pointers made, minus 145. Bam under 9.5 rebounds, plus 105. Trae Young under 26.5 points, minus 135.
So 4 of the 5 are minus 130 or higher.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
That's the definition of where's the room. The room is laying popular props, and the room is laying juice. Not minus 110, not minus 115. Usually in that 130 to 140 range, and I did hear a minus 160 in there. So that is the least surprising thing that I've probably heard all day. Not going to lie. And a minus 175 as well. That's right. Minus 175 on Ja Morant under 4.5 rebounds.
I'm looking forward to throughout the playoffs, 3-4 games a day when we end up getting those numbers as opposed to 2. And you're going to have a lot more people betting these. I'm looking forward to that. But there are a few here that stand out that I would line up on the other side. I don't know about you, Sam.
I want to bet the Morant one over 4.5 boards.
Because of the plus? Because of the price, or just
because of everything.
Yes, I understand. Yeah. I mean, there's a couple. I think you made a good case with Bam. Hero, I would only go under on that. People are talking like he made 6 threes the other day. No, that's not how he had the bulk of his scoring. Great game, but it wasn't just him chucking threes all night. We've seen that from Hero in the playoffs before. But, yeah, that's pretty fascinating. All right, thank you, Paul. Good stuff there from Where's the Room.
Do you guys, I literally 2 minutes ago, first round insights. You guys want to hear them too?
Yeah.
For the draft?
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
No, sorry. First round, NBA first round games. So non-playing games.
Sure.
Games or what do you have, series or?
It's games, so it's game ones and props.
Okay.
Yeah, let's rattle them off, and if there's anything that stand off. So most bet teams, this is 1 through 5. Most popular team in the first round: Magic plus 13.5, Pistons plus 6.5, Lakers. There you go, Sammy, minus 4.5, Nuggets minus 2.5, Bucks plus 5.5. So those are the most bet teams. You guys got anything on that? And then I can go to props.
Yeah, we got 2 public dogs at the top, right?
And the Lakers. I'm sauteing the Lakers. It's already been done. It's already get a nice little sear on there. Can't wait.
Oh man, give me. So we can bet Boston and we can bet the Knicks. It'd be on the other side of the public. Okay. Yeah, cool. I'm down.
And then quickly some props. Tobias Harris, most popular prop. Tobias Harris over 5.5 rebounds at minus 150. Second, Paolo Banchero under 4.5 assists at minus 135. The rest are those two, but those are the 2 most popular.
Tobias Harris. What?
Does he still play for the Sixers? No?
Repeat that prop again for Tobias Harris, the most popular prop at this moment for game 1?
Over 5.5 rebounds at minus 150.
Come on.
Where's the room? The room is living under a bridge at the end of the playoffs.
We need to open a sports book. Just put any price on it. Doesn't matter. Minus 150, minus 175. They're still going to end up betting it. Tobias Harris. Give me a break. Pistons are done. Joe Sammy P. with you another hour. We'll talk some NHL. We didn't even get to the Eastern Conference NBA. That on the other side as well here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Now only 6 days away from the NFL draft. We've been talking about it throughout. We're always digging for more markets, and you're seeing them pop up at some sports books. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network, and a lot of people were waiting for Circa to post their numbers. That happened on Thursday afternoon, and we're lucky enough to have Jamie Pileggi on the show right here. As we talk about what exactly they did, some of the reaction, maybe talk about some of the immediate movement over at Circa Sports. Jamie, we appreciate your time this morning. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well, guys. Thanks for having me on.
So in terms of guys that were the most difficult to hang, because you guys all get together, you have your own numbers, you have your own opinions, who was the toughest to get to the middle on?
Well, by far, so this year, obviously, you guys know we did a lot different compared to, so did every other book, seems like. So we hung Cam Skattebo, so that was obviously, the biggest variance in terms of, a lot of people are predicting him, he could go late third round or even, late into the seventh or even undrafted. So that was definitely the most moved.
So when you're coming up with a number there, was the idea, I believe you guys have not the longest list of players, like a dozen or so, but was the thinking behind the scenes, look, we've got to post this guy. There was so much buzz on him, especially in the college football playoff. People love to bet this guy. They're going to come in on him. They're going to have opinions one way or the other. It's harder because you're going to have a high number. Like typically what you see from sports books, it's guys that are mostly going to be drafted in the first round. But what was the thinking with Skattebo?
Yeah, so I really pushed for that because as you see, we hung around 20, 21 guys. And they're all projected, you either go first round or, late first, maybe early second. But obviously we could get maybe a little more buzz, a little more rep action on Skattebo. So my thought process was, okay, the number, like I said, a lot of people have different opinions on them. So I was thinking, okay, let's hang end of the fourth. So that's what I did. I did the last pick of the fourth round. So 138.5 is what I hung. And then, and just move aggressive, obviously, off any bet we get. So, and that's how we go into this. Like the draft, it can be fun. It can be stressful. You have to treat every bet as if it's, the sharpest guy that's ever bet with you. That's kind of how we have to look at it.
Was there a concern that you might be getting dummies? Because, people know what you just said. People know that you're perceiving a lot of these bets as sharp. And let's be real, a lot of the bets at Circa are sharp because you guys take all comers and you take decent limits. Was there a concern amongst the room that guys might come in and just dummy you out of the gate and then try and move you back the other way?
Not really. Just because we're in 5 states now. It's just, if one person dummies us, we're just going to get a truthful play on the other side right away. So it's really, I'm not really too worried about that.
With Jamie Pileggi here, risk manager over at Circa Sports, talking about the NFL draft props that are now posted. Let's talk about the plan. Bring us behind the scene. You mentioned the 2021 guys that are posted for draft position. Is that what you guys are sticking with as far as draft position bets, or will there be other stuff, or are there other things that are posted for people to come in on?
Yeah, so that's the plan. That's what we're doing this year. Just everything that's out is already out. I know obviously that's going to be disappointing for a lot of people to hear, and I mean, I'm a bettor myself, and I'm disappointed to see what every book is doing, and that's just the landscape of it now. Like everyone's scared to lose money. I mean, it really is. It's the hardest thing in my experience of booking. Just I compare it to this. So it's every day for NBA regular season, you don't know who's going to start. Honestly, with these injuries, guys resting, sitting out. So it's such a news-based type of niche market. So anytime Schefter or Schrags or any of these guys tweet anything, or any GM says anything in a conference, you're getting an influx of bets all of a sudden. And I mean, we manually move everything too, so it's hard to keep up with, and it really is just tough. Last year was something I've never experienced. It was insane how the amount of action we took, and just every night it was just constant bets, like moving the number so aggressively too. I mean, last year we hung, guys that, like Scatterboo, we hung a bunch of those guys. You know what I mean? We were moving, sometimes 20 spots every bet we took. And it's very easily to get middled on those.
I imagine, though, at the end of the day, it's a relief to only have to book this for a week or 6 days and not 2 months. Because I remember Circa put up 40 or 50 guys a few years ago, and I think those numbers went up in the beginning of March. And it's one-way sharp, and information comes out, and whether it's Quay Walker going from 40.5 to 33.5, or Stingley Jr. from 11.5 to 5.5. I imagine there's a little bit of relief, Jamie, to only have to do this for less than a week.
100%. And like I said, I mean, don't get me wrong, it can be fun. I mean, it is like, you're moving aggressive up these bets, and, with standard main markets, you're not moving as much, and it's pretty cut and dry, but it's definitely challenging. And, I mean, lucky for me, it's not as difficult this year as it was in years past.
Based on the early action that you guys said, you mentioned one that certainly was a big mover there. What about some other stuff? And not necessarily, it doesn't have to be moving off of a number where you're changing the draft position, certainly not looking to get middled or anything, but where you've been forced to move the juice. Like, is there any big takeaways that you've seen so far where the bettors are thinking someone is going to go much later than you have the draft position, or much earlier?
Well, Ashton Genty, everyone seems to think he's going to the Raiders. We got one-way action on that. Everyone's pretty much thinking he's going to the Raiders. So that's one example of where it's just, I mean, we didn't move off the number. We just, juiced heavily now. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know how much lower you could go on Genty. You can't go to 5.5 because then you're going to get middled. So you just drop the juice there. But a couple guys, Ibuka, got a lot of action at your guys' shop. I think you opened 25.5, and I saw 28.5. And then Hampton, the running back, 20.5 down to 19.5. Also, a guy that Joe and I have talked about here for about a week is Golden, the speed guy from Texas, wide receiver. Circa opens 18.5 and now 16.5. I think you guys opened Golden and McMillan at the same number, right?
Golden, McMillan. Yes, 18.5. Yeah. Golden was juiced a little bit over, and then McMillan was juiced under. So, yeah, it was the same number, though.
And then one more on Sanders. I think that's the perfect guy when it's very different between the mockers and the bookmakers. Because I still, and I'm sure you do a lot of mock research as well, I still see a lot of mocks putting Sanders at 3. Now, more of the mocks have him 8, 9, 10 or higher or whatever, but I still see a lot of people bullish on him going 3, yet Circa opens Shador 8.5 over minus 380, and then your first bet, I think you wrote up to $4.
Right. Yeah, how I look at that, I just see him. I mean, our whole team kind of sees him falling. I mean, and with this whole Jackson Dart, he's getting a lot of hype, and I can kind of compare it to how last year, Bo Nix, all it takes is one team to really fall in love with the guy, and then it shakes up the whole draft board, and then so I could potentially see Jackson Dart getting even picked ahead of Sanders. So that's kind of how we're just trying to price discovery and see where people are thinking that if he goes in the top 10, then we'd obviously adjust accordingly. But I still see him falling, back end of the first.
Which player is getting the most amount of action? Like when you post this player, because it's interesting. Like this year, I think you talked a little bit, Jamie, about how tough it is because it's a losing proposition most years with the NFL draft anyways. But then you go to the very top. Okay, there are 6 to 8 players that are probably going to get a bet a lot. And then after that, it's kind of like outside the top 10. I don't know. They could go 11. They could go outside of the first round. It feels like there's a big group where it's so close. But which players got the most amount of bets immediately?
Oh, immediately was the Scatterby one because there's so many different
Still
opinions.
Scatterby.
And
okay.
Just because of the number. I mean, it's so high. It's not the standard, this guy's most likely going to go in the first round. It's tough to kind of get an edge there. So, I mean, when we first opened, that's their immediate edge is, okay, this guy, I have a high opinion. Maybe I have, someone talking to me in my ear, I heard this team's going to take him, early third. Oh, no, he might not even get drafted. So the variance there is just on another level compared to the guys that we have that are, between first round and early second.
All right, very good.
What have
Jamie
you?
Pileggi, go ahead.
I was going to ask one more question, Jamie. What have you learned the most about the last 24 hours or so? I think you guys put them up early afternoon on the East Coast, so it's been about like 19, 20 hours. What have you learned the most in this process when you guys are one of the last ones to go up, but people get to your number? If the market's at 15.5 and you guys open 13.5, we see these books crawl toward your number. What have you taken away from this process the most in the last 24 hours?
Well, and like what we tell everyone too. So, like I said, you can never be, especially early, you can never be too aggressive, right? So off the initial bet, if we're getting one-way action, we're scalping ourselves. We're trying to try to get resistance on the other side. Once we get comfortable with that, once we see, okay, we got a bunch of over bets, and now, okay, we're at a number now where we're starting to see a couple, under bets. So then that's it's just price discovery. That's really all it is. And yeah, and obviously now it's later in the week, or we hung them later. So, it's easier to get to that number, or, it's pretty stable now compared to, in years past.
JB Pileggi, risk manager over at Circus Sports, talking about the NFL draft props that they have now posted. They did that yesterday, and as you could hear already, a bunch of movement, people getting down on these wagers. Jamie, we appreciate your time. Thanks for coming on Bet Sweats.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Anytime.
All right, good stuff there, Jamie Pileggi. Where are you at on this, Sam? Because it's right. You asked the question about being dummied and all that, but look, it's the NFL draft, and even Circa, which normally takes a lot of money, they're saying, well, we're going to limit it to $300 per bet. So are these sharp bets? Are sharps even wasting? I don't know about wasting their time, but are they even getting involved in stuff like this where you're going to have to do a bunch of work, and we're talking about $300 a pop?
I got 5 texts yesterday from people asking if I had Circa outs, and those are guys that win. So they were looking to get down, and there were a couple guys. The Ibuka number, Circa took a stance on, and it floated up 3 positions. They took a stance on Genty, and the market said, no, we're going to take under 6.5 at even money, and we're going to bet this minus 200. We're going to bet it that far. So we're going to move it from plus 100 to minus 200. Loveland was another one that, they were quick to take a stance on, but then the market caught up to their number. So it was really interesting. And I assure you, the BetMGMs of the world, the other competitors of the world, they were very well aware of where Circa opened and where Circa moved. And they were able to sort of get to a closer medium on a lot of these guys. The Scattaboo number is wild. And I think that Jamie telling us Scattaboo has taken the most action is proof that it's really tough to price, because, you know, when you get to a guy in the top 10, you could put him 9.5, or top 20 guy, you could put him at 19.5. Putting a number on Cam Scattaboo is almost impossible. But if you take good bets and sharp information, you do get to that right number. And eventually there's buyback on a guy that you open at 120.5 or whatever. But yep. I'm glad they entered the market. I think, you know, you heard a lot of, you know, Jamie saying without saying that, you know, it is stressful and they're probably going to, you know, take a bath on a couple of these markets. But look, that's what we want. We want an edge over the sports book. And this is one of the very few markets, NFL draft, NBA draft, where the players have an edge because the information oftentimes gets out before the books can react.
Yeah. Take a bath, $300 a pop. They'll be fine. Because we know the bets that Circa is taking. Yeah. Adam Chernoff, friend of the show, he had some takeaways on the action at Circa. I thought this was interesting. He tweeted out, number one, the obvious, Sanders is going to slide. Number two, Genty is going to go top 6. 3, sure seems like confidence on Hampton going 20. I told you that. Like, everybody has Hampton going number 20 overall. 4, same can be said about Warren going top 10. Both receivers going mid-first round, maybe at 12. Both tight ends going mid-first round, which you've talked a lot about. So, yeah, I mean, there are things to walk away from, and maybe it will help your betting before the draft gets here on Thursday. Joe O, Sammy P, we continue. NHL playoffs, get some NBA as well on the other side. That's what's with you on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
With you on a Friday. Playoffs really get going over the weekend. Looking forward to that. You know, Sammy P. AI tells me this. The phrase, Rays have died, Rays have risen, Rays will come again, reflects the ongoing uncertainty surrounding the Tampa Bay Rays and their future in St. Petersburg. You think that's a thing? I didn't know this was a thing out there. I thought that was our song on Good Friday. So apparently, it's been out there, according to AI.
I hadn't heard a single thing about that, but
no,
I know they've been, before the stadium got ripped up in a hurricane, I know they were trying to raise new taxpayer money to build a new stadium, and now clearly the team needs a new home. I haven't really thought much about it. Let me follow that up with a different avenue. So I got a text from one of my buddies who listens all the time, and he sent me this text at 9:46 a.m. Eastern.
Oh, no.
Quote, "My wife just walked into the room as you and Joe were singing the Rays church hymn."
Damn.
So I think he's watching the show. He's working, but he's got the show on either on TV or on radio or the Odyssey app or whatever.
Yeah,
and
it's embarrassing.
She walks into the room, and you and I are singing the Rays church hymn, and she asks him, "Working hard, huh?" We're singing Rays have died, Rays have risen, Rays will rise again, or Rays will come again, or whatever the hell it is. So yeah, imagine walking in on your significant other and it's you and I singing a Rays church hymn on Bet Sweats.
That Friday vibe. I mean, I don't know about you, but I've had that feeling all week. Yeah, ready to get to the weekend. You know, it starts off. I sign on today and I talked to Just a Daily Tip, and there was Crooked Peen 87 once again. Like that's how the day started for me. And so now we're still here hours later. And you hate Pete Crow Armstrong. And I asked AI another question because I'm trying to figure out why this is. It is a ginger thing. What is it? You can figure out the question. AI tells me, no, Pete Crow Armstrong is not an albino. So I was thinking that might be the reason that you don't like the man, but we'll find out.
No,
eventually.
I don't.
You'll break.
I don't like. I mean, he's got doesn't he do the high socks, the different color shoes, and the mohawk and the earrings? That's probably why I don't like him. Yeah, he would have never cut it. He would have never cut it at Mount Carmel High School. He wouldn't have made the team because Coach Hurry would have never allowed all that chaos. Speaking of, what we used to do at every mass in high school was wade in the water. I'm sure Paul would love me to burst into wade in the water on the. All right, I'm done. I'm done singing.
We love Good Friday. It's a Good Friday. Yeah, heading into the weekend, getting all the playoffs, and all the guys are gonna be like, I'm trying to watch the NBA, NHL, and not celebrate Easter. Get out of here. Come on. We're not going to church here. But we hit the NBA West because those are the more interesting matchups. Was there anything on the East side? We're waiting on the 1-8, but we've got Indiana, Milwaukee, the 4-5, the 3-6 the Knicks and the Pistons, 2-7 the C's and the Magic. Obviously, the Celtics massive favorites. You'd have to find another way to bet Boston if got to get creative, like maybe with the handicap or something like that. But as far as the Eastern series, anything that you like? Is there a bet that you want to make there?
Yeah, I like the Bulls to make a run, kind of.
No, the red underwear were burned the other day.
The Bulls did not wade in the water. I've been thinking about it since Noops told us early this week about this Detroit-New York series. And remember, he was talking about that bet. You can make it at BetMGM where the Knicks win game 1 and the Pistons win the series. So it's not an exact outcome. It's not a Pistons in 5 or Pistons in 6 or 7. It's just the Knicks win the first game and then the Pistons finish them off. I've been thinking about that all week. and I've logged in, and I've popped in an amount, and I've hovered over, and I just haven't been able to hit submit yet. But I have thought about it every day since Noobs came on the show. I should probably make that bet. I mean, I don't have to get crazy with it. I can bet 100 to win 770. It's not a big bet for me. You know, my unit's a little bit bigger than that. But I feel like I have to do it because if I don't, Noops will never let me live that down.
So what are the odds in that double result?
775.
Whew, that's a great number. Because it might be in between my ears because Noops put it out there with us the other day. But I've been thinking about that with other series. He mentioned it, but I haven't been thinking about it as much with that series. But, you know, he probably mentioned it because of the number. So this is something you've talked about with Lakers T-Wolves, that LeBron isn't the best as far as earlier in the series, and then he takes over. Even though it's not all about LeBron, it's more about Luka nowadays. We understand that. But I've been thinking about it with that series. Can Minnesota steal one? And then the Lakers take the series, and kind of with the 2-7 as well. Can Houston take game one, and then Golden State end up taking the series?
So Timberwolves to win game one and Lakers win the series is 5-1.
Okay. It's not a bad number.
I feel like that's probably
a little
something
better than
I
I
should do
thought.
too. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been talking about it for 3 days now.
Right. And then if we did Houston to win game one as the dog in the series, it's come down a little bit, but they're the dog. And Golden State to win the series, where are we there?
So Rockets win game one, Warriors win series, a lot cheaper, plus 260.
Yeah, I wouldn't make that bet just based on the price. I'm not interested.
No, I would just because I don't know that I like the Rockets to win game one. I don't know what the Rockets are. Great season by all standards. I mean, considering what they were supposed to be and what they finished, who had the Houston Rockets being the 2 seed? But then you see the price open up on the series market and you see Golden State open $1.95. And they know they're going to write Golden State bets, but they wanted to minimize the amount that they wrote. And if you want to bet Golden State, you got to lay a pretty steep price. They knew, the books knew, we're not going to open this $1.30 or $1.40. I mean, they opened almost minus 200. And I think they're going to get a lot of people that look at that matchup and think, well, wait a minute. Houston's the 2. Houston has home court, and I can get plus 160? Pow! And that's how they fish hook you. Because you have a team that's won championships together and has a decent core and has a coach that knows how to take away what you do well. And people are going to look at Houston. Oh, wait a minute. They're the better team. They won more games. They're younger. They're more talented. They're deeper. They don't have Steph Curry or Jimmy Butler. So I think people are going to fall into that trap of taking the 2 seed with home court at a nice plus price, and I don't think it's going to win.
Yep, I don't like that at all. I mentioned earlier this week, I do like Milwaukee as a dog, but it's risky. I'm banking on the idea that later in the series, I do think Dame Lillard is going to return, but to sit here and act like I have any medical info on his blood clot, no, I'm not sure about that, but I do get the best player in the series. I get to back Giannis, even though overall it's been pretty much a disappointing season for Milwaukee. They did not expect to be the 5 in this spot. And people are going to look at the Pacers knocking them out last year. I'm sure they're backing that, but minus 175, I think that's a little bit too much for me. So I'm going to be on Milwaukee in that series. I still trust Giannis and company, and then hopefully I get Lillard later on in the series.
Did we get an idea of when? I know he should return. I saw Kurt Helin and Shams all saying the same thing, that he will come back. Let's see. I'm reading right now, NBC Sports. Lillard has been doing some shooting and light running, but not yet full contact in practice. First-round series tend to drag out with stretches of multiple days off. that means it's very possible Lillard will return later in the series, which you already said. I was looking for a number. Game 4, Game 5. We don't have that yet. And to hear that he hasn't participated in full contact yet, that's a little alarming.
Yeah. There have been reporters, I don't know, reporters is loose, but it's been out there. People have talked about that he's targeting this, targeting that after game 1. But if we're going by what the Bucks have said, he's just going to be out in the beginning. They're not willing to say the entire series. I expect him to come back at some point. Now, teams won't admit it, but a lot of times what comes into play here is what's happening in the series. If the Bucks take game 1, are they going to push him to return in game 2? No. Let's wait a few more days. Make sure it's positive. But if there's a chance for him to come back in game 3 and they're down 0-2, he probably will come back in game 3. Like that's probably going to dictate some of it as well.
Sure. They're going to need him to win this series, though. I don't envision them ripping off all these wins without Damian Lillard. So it'll be interesting to see what happens if, in fact, say the Pacers come out and just blow them out in game 1, which could happen. Does he play in game 2? I'm going to guess no. And I'm going to forecast that maybe Milwaukee has a chance to even it up, but there's a very real likelihood that the Pacers take the first 2 games at home. And, of course, it's 2-2, 1-1-1. So I would think that down 0-2, they would do everything in their power to try and get Dame back on the court for game 3. That said, if you split the first 2, if you come back to Milwaukee 1-1, you don't need to rush him back in game 3. So Paul sent us the schedule for all these games and all these series and all that. I don't have the email. I think I might have deleted it by mistake, but I don't think. Okay, so game 1 is on. Let's see. When is game 1? Saturday.
It's got to be Saturday.
Game 2 is going to be Tuesday. So.
Oh yeah, I forgot. They dragged this out forever. Yeah.
Game 3 could be Thursday or Friday. Oh, it's Friday. Okay. Yeah. So a week. He has a week to get ready for game 3. That's probably the plan. Doesn't mean it's going to go that way or be executed to that fashion, but they're going to play 2 games in 7 days. So
give me all of the Bucks. Give me all of the Bucks down 0-2 going home. Lillard returns. Give me that. Because we know
to win the series or to cover game 3 or both.
I'm saying game 3. Mm-hmm.
Well, they're going to price it that way because they're going to know that if you're thinking like that, everybody else is going to think like that. So you're going to see.
Those days are over.
You could see that market. So right now the Pacers are laying 6 at home, 5.5, 6 in game 1. And I don't know what's going to happen in game 1, but you'll probably see a similar price in game 2. If the Bucks are down 0-2, you're going to see the Bucks be favored in game 3 at home.
100%. And if it's Lillard returning, that's going to be a significant margin, I think.
Sure.
I'm looking forward to it. So maybe the Bucks play is after a game or 2 or after we get word about Lillard. But anyways, NHL. Are there any series that you love? Like we were throwing out the idea the other day about, dogs in this series. I thought it was interesting to get Chris Meany's thoughts on a dog that he likes. He's with the LA Kings. It is a short one. But as far as the favorites, he likes VGK in Carolina. What are you thinking? Do you have any strong opinions on any of these series matchups?
I'm taking some of that Blues money that we made, and everybody was hopefully able to get a piece of at 10-1, and I'm betting the Blues. I bet them actually, an hour ago, I bet them plus 180 to win the series. And you can still get plus 180. If you have a offshore out, you can get a little bit bigger, but plus 180 is fair. You can find that all over the yard on St. Louis to knock off Winnipeg.
everyone that backs St. Louis in this series, right after they do so, they say, now I like them for the series. I doesn't mean that I like them after this, because that's a brutal road. That is a rough road that they're going to have to go down. But we're talking about for right now at nearly 2-1. That's the play with St. Louis. All right, looking forward to that. I don't think I'm going to get any Conn Smythe bets in at this point early on. It's just so wide open. Anything can happen. It's tough. You're just kind of guessing about which teams are going to be there in the very end. With the way this year is set up. Joe O, Sammy P, we've got lightning bets on the other side. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
They're singing on Good Friday about the Rays like they're in church. Yep. Let's go the other side.
Rays have died.
Rays have risen. Rays will come again. God. We're turning into Costos. That's never happening again.
Need a pitch pipe there. Need a gotta warm up the vocals. Too early to sing on Good Friday.
Was that worse than the sound of Paul's laptop, though?
No.
Every time he turns his mic on.
There you
go. When he turned it on earlier, I asked, did anybody hear that fan, or is Paul about to get attacked by the Germans? Like,
here they come. Oh, it's just landscapers. No, it's my laptop. It's about to go. Yeah, I've got one of those as well. It's on the way out. All right, Joe O, Sammy P, get to Lightning Bets in just a moment. You had chicken dinner last night. What happened on the show? Who were your guests?
It was solid. Corby was on. We were talking about the volatility in the NFL draft, and we were comparing the numbers at MGM that were just popping to the numbers at Circa, to other competitive numbers, and just how volatile it can be, not to mention some of the bets that we've discussed on this show and how much they have moved, whether it be Colson Loveland or Mikael Williams or Matthew Golden. So good conversation about draft and the way that draft betting has changed. And then we had three guys talking hockey: Alex Smith, Ian Cameron, and Jarek Rubel. A lot of stuff about hockey strategy and betting live, and what do you do in game when a first period ends 0-0. Really good stuff. And those guys do a show called The Ice Guys, which will be live every day during the NHL playoffs. If there is a game that day, they will do a show. So if you want to talk some puck, or at least listen to some guys who know how to bet puck, you can check out Chicken Dinner. Good show. I did see this. Actually, two things I wanted to bring up. Number one, Ryan Butler, who broke the story about the DraftKings spouse $100,000 situation. He broke a story yesterday. The NFL is hiring a sports betting researcher who will help produce betting-related content for the NFL Network, the NFL website, and the league's social media platforms. And they said it would never work. Sports betting would never work. And now the NFL is hiring a sports betting researcher. Very interesting. And then I don't know.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off.
No, it's just interesting that they're in on betting, but they're not really in on betting. For a long time, it was fantasy. We've known for years. Fantasy's not gone. It's just not betting. It's been lapped a number of times. But the NFL still won't let their employees, meaning people that, let's say, write for NFL.com or do stuff on NFL Network, they still can't go on betting shows, though. Like, we're in it. We'll take the billions. Now we're going to do our own content, but you can't do shows that talk about betting, even though we're talking about betting now. Okay. They're trying to find their place. They don't know what to do.
Remember, this is still a sport that doesn't know how to figure out its first down line. Like, all the technology, all the money, all the gambling, all the BS, and we still don't have a better system to figure out, was that a first down or not? Yes, they're getting closer, but they're still not there.
Yep. Yeah.
Very annoying. Very annoying.
Yeah, very annoying. And they take so many bets, yes.
So this is from an account that I follow called College Basketball Report, CBK Report on X. Baylor. Guess how many players Baylor has right now on its roster? Take a guess. Take a shot in the dark.
0.
Done. No players left. 2 of them transferred already. 4 more are in the portal. 3 graduated and 1 went pro. Baylor has no players on its current roster.
They're probably not alone, right? Well, the interesting thing is that it's Baylor. This is not a low-end team that just happens to be in one of the bigger conferences. You know, we're not talking, I don't know, like Vanderbilt or something like that, a team that's typically in the bottom half, kind of forgotten about with the basketball program. You're talking about Baylor. Wow, 0 players on the roster. I think that's going to kind of be the norm. It's a little shocking now, but that's the norm. And I know you get frustrated with players that go from team to team to team to team. That's just the reality we're going to be living in moving forward. It's tough. It's like I've asked the question, how do you coach guys when every little thing you say to them might make them leave? You know, well, down the street they're offering me this and it's more money and I hate your guts right now and you're punishing me and you're making me run. Like, I'm out. It's weird. It's a weird place, man. The kids, the teenagers have the power.
I have no respect for a kid that plays at 4 schools in 4 years. I get it. If you want to transfer once, fine. If you transfer from A to B and then your coach at B leaves, I get it. But when you're looking for a greener pasture every year, I have no respect for that. But maybe a different conversation for a different day.
Yep. Lightning bets on this Friday heading into the weekend. Where are you going, Sam?
Well, let's just piggyback on what we bet yesterday. We both talked about the Heat at +1. I mean, you could still take a couple +1s, but look at BetMGM right now, -1.5. This is why we didn't wait. So I'm going to re-add. I'm not going to double down. I'm just going to carry over my Lightning bet from yesterday, which was, I think, either Miami +1 or 1.5. Either way, we took points or a point, whatever. And now they are favored at Circa, favored at South Point, -1.5 at BetMGM. So that's why we bet Miami yesterday and discussed it yesterday. And there's no way, after singing the Rays Church hymn, there is no way that I am not betting the Tampa Bay Rays at even money or +105. Let's call it even money to be fair. Rasmussen against Rodon. Rays have... No, I'm done. Rays money line. I think that's a show bet too.
Florida show today, huh? We're going Heat Rays.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Parlay?
Florida parlay? Yeah, it's the same thought, man.
Well, I'm also going to add whatever Jake bets on Jake later today. Whoever he bets to homer, I'm betting because he is on fire.
That's right. Check it out. Yeah, Rays in the Heat. Love that. Nothing on Nats. I was thinking about going like a Nats Royals 2-legger. That's under consideration as well. Now I'm completely thrown off. NBA series. Give me the Warriors -1.5. That's -105. Warriors win 4-2 or better as the favorite in that 2-7 matchup. And I'm going to take the Lakers T-Wolves to go 7 games at +210. I'm expecting a long series. The only question is it 6? Is it 7? I'm going to call 7. And you mentioned Jake's bets. I'm going to circle back to some of the 20 to 1, 25 to 1 long shots that Rick Camp shared with us. I think there's some interesting angles there. So there's a couple things. Paul and Jake, what you got?
Curious to see if any of my home run guys from this Cubs game end up on Jake's card. So got a little nuts, just like a little fun bet. Look, the Yankees, all the talk was about torpedo torpedo bats. The wind was blowing out at like 30 miles per hour in that game early in the season against the Brewers. The top 6 guys in the lineup went deep. So I'm not doing that. But
SGP?
I'm not. What? Yeah.
You doing an SGP?
So,
okay.
We're doing SGP. So we're doing Gurriel. Because we talked about like Corbin Carroll +180. No, I'm just not doing it. Gurriel, Perdomo, and Naylor. Just look at some of the guys that have the most home runs on the team outside of Corbin Carroll. That is 120 to 1. And if you throw in Sam's guy PCA, it's 900 to 1. So
oh my God.
Some fun every week today.
Let's go. Now I'm in on this game today.
That'll have you singing like a church mouse too, Paul, if that hits.
Oh.
Hey, Sam, make him shake.
Generational wealth.
900 to 1. Paul's got a 900 to 1 same game parlay of the Cubs afternoon game.
When I woke up today.
Hey, you know what else, Paul? If you parlayed that, if you added the under in, infinity to 1.
Oh, perfect. Where's the room?
Do it.
All those home runs and then under. I mean, those odds would be infinity to 1.
Go the other way. There was one bet for me that I will give out on bet slips and bat flips in a couple hours, but I think this is way wrong. You get 4.5 Ks plus money on the over for Brian Wu today against the Blue Jays, and he's gone 5, 6, 7 in each of his first 3 starts. Like I don't know. I just think somebody's asleep at the wheel. So that's my one for right now. And then the full card, the home runs, bet slips and bat flips, 1:30 p.m. Eastern here on the BetMGM.
Okay,
with me.
What do you think of the guys that Paul picked?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I wanted to bet all of the Diamondbacks guys, but the prices just suck. So I'm glad he went the Jake Hassan route and just parlayed them all together. Might as well just throw Scheffler in there live. Like,
Duke next year. Yeah.
Oh,
no, not next year.
Never again.
Rory for the PGA Championship in a month.
There you go. So you're not doing anything here, Jake, or are you saving it for your show on this game?
No, I'll save it. I'll give out Brian Wu over 4.5 Ks right now, but all the home runs and the stuff that the people are here for, you'll have to watch the show. Sorry.
Wow. I bet you're going to give a home run prop to You Bet or You Bet today, won't you?
Yeah, 100%. It's got 5 of them.
Oh, yeah.
Lined up.
I did.
Oh,
I haven't
Femi.
been doing that
Yeah.
also.
Scumbag.
All right.
Traitor. Judas.
All right, now I'm definitely going to.
See? He's going to anyways. Yeah, we know the game
I
that you
was
play.
not. This is
Yeah,
slander, lies.
Oh, Billy Z. Yeah, whatever you need, buddy. Yeah.
He's not even here this week.
I don't know.
Yeah, no kidding.
I have no idea. Who's producing? Tyler?
Jim, do you have the
Tyler.
hymn music that I sent over? Play us out. No?
No.
You got like 10 seconds.
He's too busy saving his bets for the afternoon show.
Yeah, sorry.
Exactly,
I'm too busy
exactly.
hating you all, stabbing voodoo dolls.
Hey, Jake, have a great weekend. This has been
Hey,
Bet
thanks,
Sweats.
Joe. You too. Love you.
Love you, Jake.
BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's get it going here on the Friday Morning Good Time edition on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you as we come at you live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up during our final hour, we plow ahead by setting the stage for this weekend's playoff action in the NBA. Then it's back to the NFL draft and what to expect next Thursday as we bring in Chris Mack, host of the Kabuli and Mack Show. Then in 40 minutes, the Donkster takes his turn in the spotlight after we hand out our best bets. So, Chelsea, we were talking about collectibles during the break, or people who collect things. And some people, you know, they get into something that they like. Could be trading cards, could be action figures, La Barbies, whatever it may be, and they get really into it. So have you ever known anyone who was super, super passionate about collecting something to the point where it was kind of awkward? Or do you have something yourself that you're really into? Doesn't mean you're crazy about it, but something that you collect on a regular basis.
No, I'm not a collector of anything. I feel like most adults, it's kind of a weird personality trait. Like, I'm not saying weird is always a bad thing. I just feel like this is something that, like, children do, right? Like, I remember my brother had a coin collection growing up. Does he still collect coins? No. It's just one of those things where it's like when you're little, you're like, oh, I got to get them all. You know, even when it comes to like McDonald's toys, like you always want to get all of them. You're like, oh, there's 5 options of this McDonald's like Monopoly toys or whatever. And you're like, I got to get them all. So I do think it's kind of odd when like adults do this. I don't know. I don't want to alienate people listening, but have you ever met a normal person that has like a large collection of things where you step into a room of their house, they're like, here are all of my Victorian era dolls. And you're like, well, this is a friendship that has met its end.
I mean, I will say that I do have one friend who collects like a ton of knickknacks, a ton of bobbleheads.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
Knickknacks?
Yeah.
If they're sports knickknacks, that's one thing.
They are. They're mainly sports knickknacks, but it's a lot. Like, I'm talking like displays and displays and displays to the point where, like, my first thought is, because I'm so OCD, I was like, how do you clean all this when it gets dusty? Like, you got a little, you know, like, are you Swiffering like, the back shoulder or something? Like, I don't know. Like, there was just so much. I was like, this is impressive, but also how much money and time has been spent on this particular hobby?
Yeah, it's a lot. I feel like sports ones, at least it has like a male leaning towards it. Like, I'm not going to take away anybody's man card for saying like, oh, look at all these like cool Yankees collectibles I have.
Right.
I think it kind of leans into that territory, but maybe we give sports a pass. Like, if somebody collected glass figurines, like, wouldn't that be weird? I always see this at Hobby Lobby. Like, they have the glass figurines. I'm like, who collects these? Like, maybe people of a certain age demographic. It's very fascinating to me, like, when you look into people who collect things, because I think millennials are getting away from that. Because when we grew up, it feels like all of our houses were filled with knickknacks. And now you see a harsh lean towards minimalism, where people don't want the knickknacks. So I don't know if it was a thing where, you know, people who grew up in like World War II era or like the Depression, where like things mean security. But I think we are seeing a step away from that. We do not have knickknacks at my house.
Well, we don't either. I wanted to ask you, maybe this is too personal of a question, but how much money did you lose on the Bored Ape NFT?
The what?
The Bored Ape NFT. Remember when that was all the rage? You don't even know what that. Remember when Justin Bieber and Paris Hilton, the non-fungible tokens?
Oh, NFTs.
Yes. They were all the rage, and then they were worth absolutely nothing. People were spending just ungodly amounts on them, and they amounted to like absolutely nothing.
At least it's not taking up space in your house, though. Like, I'm fine with that. I just don't want a bunch of stuff on my shelves. Like, do you get what I'm saying? I feel like it just looks cluttered.
For sure. No, I'm with you there. I'm glad I did not go down that road. But no, I'm with you. Like, our place is pretty minimalist. I mean, we need to add some paint and stuff, whatever. But I don't want a ton of stuff just like hanging around, because then I kind of feel, I don't know, like claustrophobic, I guess. It's kind of odd. Well, let's talk about the NBA, Chelsea, because a couple of teams trying to collect victories tonight and move on to the NBA playoffs. Before we get to the actual handicapping, because we do have 2 games on the slate this evening, Heat and Hawks, also Mavericks Grizz. Good news for the Milwaukee Bucks, because Damian Lillard has been cleared of his deep vein thrombosis, no longer on blood thinning medication. If you're wondering what a deep vein thrombosis is, essentially it's a clot that congeals blood near the heart and prevents blood flow going to the heart. So it's obviously very dangerous. It can be life-threatening, can be career-threatening. But now it looks like he's not going to play in Game 1 for the Bucks. However, he could play possibly in Game 2 or in this series. Doctors at the Mayo Clinic say they have never seen anyone recover this quickly from a diagnosis like this, which is kind of a minor miracle and also speaks to the fact that he's a pro athlete. I think guys who are in great shape probably, have a propensity to repair more quickly than other people. Regardless, he hasn't played since March the 18th. When he went out, he was averaging 25.7 assists per game, but now the Bucks could get him back possibly in this series against the Pacers. He's already playing 3-on-3 to work back into game shape.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge angle if he can get back on the court, because not only is Damian Lillard a good player, he is a good player in clutch moments. This is exactly the type of guy you want shooting a 3 at the buzzer if something comes down to it. And you look at the series, the Bucks and the Pacers, the Bucks are underdogs, and it's supposed to be a close series.